Okay, it is 2:30 and we have a study session scheduled today to find out about the state of the arts in Salina. I'll look at city manager, see if he has any opening remarks before we turn it over to Mr. Anderson.
Brad and I have been in contact about the arts in this presentation. I'm confident he'll cover the waterfront. I don't know that I have much to add, so I'll turn it over to him.
Okay, you left your brushes and sculptural material.
I'm more of a roller guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rollers have a place in the arts too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Brad Anderson, Director of Arts and Humanities for the city. We started 3 years ago with this annual report as part of an extension of the proclamation you heard at the end of September on National Arts and Humanities Month. It's a good and exciting time to provide you with both kind of a foundation and some history and some updates on both statewide, nationally, and locally, the impact of some of the arts, the programming, and the investment that you make as a city commission to the arts. With us today are some of the organizations represented by their directors or staff from that are featured in the appendix of this report and that we'll be talking about as well. So if you have questions as this presentation goes on, feel free to ask, or know that I am allowing quite a bit of time at the end, or 15 to 20 minutes if we're on schedule, to give you a chance to ask questions, or if we have anybody from the public that wants to follow up on something, they can. So with that, and then in addition, most of the arts and humanities staff is here as well. We have a visiting artist coming to town later today, so one of our staff members is running an airport shuttle, but we have all of our staff here as well. As you may know, Salina's had a long history of embracing the performing and visual arts, as well as an appreciation for beautiful architecture and well-designed parks. Early town founders not only valued faith, business, and education, but they also desired to create a beautiful place for citizens to live. Some of our earliest town founders, both Campbell and Phillips, started the Salina-Saline County Historic Society in 1879 in the Campbell home, and the way you got into the society was to donate something. And so a portion of that home became Salina and Saline County's first museum. Some of those artifacts are part of the collection of the Smoky Hill Museum today. Salina's commitment to arts and culture is evidenced by the beauty of the architecture of historic homes, Art Deco buildings throughout the downtown, and even the formal garden in Oakdale Park that was also donated after it was kind of a botanic garden for Mr. Guys. He turned that property over to the city and county for a premier park that we continue to use that way today. Back in the late 19th century, Salina boasted 3 municipal bands, one of which has kind of descended into the current band that we still have in Salina. The symphony and the Salina Chorale, as well as numerous school and church choirs, are all over town. So a musical tradition has been part of Salina since our beginning. The arts continued to flourish throughout the 20th century in Salina. WPA architecture was prevalent in the 30s. The post office and federal building, which now houses the Smoky Hill Museum, were all built in that time period, and along with the United Building, the Stiefel Theater, and the Masonic Temple, all came in before 1940. A predecessor to Salina Arts and Humanities, the Salina Art Association, was also formed in this period from citizens who helped make sure that visual art had a prominent place in the city as well. That organization helped get some of the WPA sculpture that's on the front of the Smoky Hill Museum and campaigned for some paintings, but we never ended up hanging them up. The arts continued to flourish into the 50s when the Salina Community Theater, now Theater Salina, Michael, I got both names, and the Symphony were founded. A decade later, Salina, the city of Salina established and funded the Salina Arts and Humanities Commission. That was in 1966, and it happened to be the same year that the National Endowment for the Arts was started at the federal level. So for Salina to be on the front end of establishing a commission when the nation was just waking up to that idea, formal arts organizations showed the progressive nature of this city and its leadership. Both the theater and the symphony have raised the bar of artistic excellence and additionally have built robust education programs for children and youth to enjoy. There are currently about 150 kids involved in 4 youth symphonies and a youth choir. And the community theater in 2023 has 430 kids in the Center for Theater Arts program, which is phenomenal. In the 70s and 80s, in our fast-forward view of arts in Salina, the Salina Arts Center was founded on the campus of Kansas Wesleyan University with support from the National Endowment for the Arts, an energetic faculty member at Kansas Wesleyan, and private donors who wanted to see a visual arts gallery as part of our community. A decade later, it moved downtown, and they continued to expand their space. And as you well know, currently have a cinema, an art center warehouse that serves as their education center, and they're going through $1 million expansion with redoing some of their main building and recently completed cinema. In the early years, downtown education programs were as popular as summer swimming lessons for the Art Center and the community theater. The kids and families were searching for arts throughout the year, and having those facilities really helped. Also in the 70s, you might remember a downtown street fair celebrating the nation's 200th birthday in 1976. That gave birth or gave rise to the concept of the Smoky Hill River Festival, which had its first year in Oakdale Park in 1977. We're now preparing for the 47th year. The next 20 years after the 70s were also exciting. The city was gifted the Fox Theater and invested in a new roof before turning the building over to the Stiefel Board as they took on the massive task of restoring the Stiefel to its iconic beauty. Plans for the Rolling Hill Zoo were underway in the late 90s, and it first opened in 1999 and has since added a museum, new exhibits in their zoo area, and a gallery with rotating exhibits. Salina Arts and Humanities also launched the Spring Poetry Series during those 2 decades and an Arts Infusion program, an arts education program that you'll hear more about in a little bit. Over the last 2 decades, Salina's cultural landscape continued to develop in exciting ways. The public art program was launched in commemoration of the River Festival's 25th anniversary in 2001. And in an effort to bring the internal energy of what was happening at the theaters and the museums and the arts center and inside venues. If you drove through town at that time, we didn't really look like an arts community from the outside. It was only by going inside the door to experience that. And so the birth of the public art program was a way of reflecting the inside energy in a more outward way. As a result of that, new partnerships emerged, like the Salina Public Schools developed a statement of intent that said, whenever we do public art or building expansion and capital improvements, we're going to consider art enhancements in our building. And they've done that a couple of different times, but most recently in the 2014 bond initiative, they dedicated about 1%, but $125,000 to integrate art into all of those school buildings, the 16 buildings that were renovated. And they asked Arts and Humanities to help coordinate that effort of getting local artists into the schools to create those projects and execute them. During this same time, Sculpture Tour Salina, which I don't need to remind the mayor that he's carried the load on that since its inception. In 2010, when the first sculptures were put up for public display, I don't think anybody had an idea of the impact that that was going to have in raising awareness and appreciation and engagement of the public in an outward way with those sculptures that change every year. And we'll hear more about the public art program here in a little bit. During the same time in the recent years, the garage was also added to Salina's downtown cultural environment. And their activity and energy and memberships and programming, including 200 plus Corvettes last weekend, right? And, about 400 people coming to town, or over 400 celebrating the exhibit they have on the inside, but filled our streets with additional Corvettes. All of that, along with a new City Light stage relocated from Campbell Plaza and a performance stage at the new Campbell Plaza, is adding energy to the downtown in exciting ways. And most recently, in the last 2 years, with the private sector stepping up and doing Boom, the Mural Festival, we now have a completely different landscape. We have a lot to be proud of as Salinans, and we should never take for granted the strength of the arts in this place. To further emphasize the point, we're going to be providing you with more details about some of the programs and services offered by Salina Arts and Humanities, followed by a look at the positive social and economic impact of the arts by all of our partnering agencies and independent agencies that provide a richness of culture to our city. So leading us off, I'm going to invite Sarah Keck, the Arts Education Coordinator for Arts and Humanities, and she also coordinates the River Festival Entertainment, to share a little bit more about arts education.
Hello. I'd like to direct your attention to the red Arts Infusion guides. I have extras if anyone needs a copy, and we also have extras in the back if any community members would like some as well in that back corner. The Arts Infusion program, you may recognize some of the artwork in the design, and that's from the 2022 round of the Boom Street Art and Mural Festival. I'd also like to point out specifically pages 3 and 7, as they give a great overview of the guide. The Arts Infusion program itself is an education program that connects visiting and local teaching artists with the Salina area educators and students. Educators can choose from a variety of curriculum-based sessions that include topics such as science, English language arts, visual arts, music, and more. Teaching artists provide those curriculum-based content using arts education practices as a vehicle to communicate those topics. It provides content for students grades pre-K through 12 throughout the school year, and accommodations are also available so that way all students can participate regardless of their socioeconomic level or their disability level status. The program itself puts a lot of focus on providing opportunities for economically disadvantaged schools within Salina and making public events free to all. USD 305 invests annually 1/3 of the total overall budget, and the city provides the remaining 2/3. And as you'll notice on page 3, we were able to see 14,812 student contacts. Arts Infusion contacts are figured consecutively. So for example, if a student were to see an artist 2 times, that would be configured as 2 separate contacts. Going out to the schools with sessions that are designed to partner with the curriculum that Salina area educators are using every day creates experiences that are positive, collaborative, and very challenging. This year we're excited because we were able to include programming that partners with some of the goals from the school district strategic plan that includes increasing skills in communication, critical thinking, and social emotional learning. One example is Brad mentioned the artist that's coming to town. Tuesday and Wednesday, DJ Corchin will be going into schools. Corchin is a Chicago-based author with public school teaching experience that turned into a writer. And he wrote a series that basically helps students, targeted grades kindergarten through third grade, learn how to be more self-aware of their own feelings, but also those of their friends as they're working with their peers. And his sessions work with reading and communication skills, along with that social emotional learning component, which addresses two specifically of those goals. In addition to the in-classroom sessions, there are also some that are provided for the community. Visiting artists also perform community events and workshops that are free for the public to attend. One example is Poet Laureate Emeritus Oscar Medina came into town last year, and we were able to partner with the local venue Harmony Hideaway for an hour-long reading session, and they hosted that free event. We were also very excited about the storyteller Priscilla Howe, who gave a free public workshop for early education teachers and parents with children around the ages of 0 to 7. And we partnered with Kids Creative Corners, and it was exciting because we were able to provide childcare so parents could actually attend that event. We will be having more workshops and performances throughout the school year as more visiting artists travel to Salina. The program also partners with local cultural organizations, and this year includes sessions from Friends of the River, Salina Arts Center, Theater Salina, and the Salina Symphony. You'll notice inserts throughout the guide where organizations may not have a specific session with the Arts Infusion program, but they do offer great educational programs that teachers and members of the public should take advantage of. The guide provides all community members with information about local cultural organizations and community resources, and it's a great single location with information on ways to engage with groups that significantly impact Salina's culture, entertainment, educational opportunities, and economics. This makes the guide a great educational resource as well as a workforce recruitment and retention tool, and we distribute the guide to many board members and HR and business leaders in Salina for this particular purpose. And for anyone who's looking to learn more about the Arts Infusion program, it's located under the Programs tab on our website, salinaarts.org, or by contacting Salina Arts and Humanities located within the Smoky Hill Museum. Thank you. Going back to Brad Anderson.
Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, don't leave yet. You want to share with commissioners another one of the unique partnerships that occurred last week with a few middle school kids downtown?
Oh, yes. So one of the unique events that we're so proud to be able to host here in Salina is the Culture Crawl, and I saw several people walking around downtown checking out some things, but we are able to work with about a dozen organizations, culture organizations, and also some spaces were donated from Salina Fieldhouse and the City Teen Center, and the middle schoolers from the 7th grade class in both Lakewood and South travel downtown, and they rotate to 7 different locations that have different educational activities. And for many of these students, it's the very first time that they set foot in these spaces and know that they have access, that these spaces are meant for them. So it's a wonderful opportunity to show students that this is their community and those spaces are for them, and for them to get to meet some of the people that are in those buildings. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Fred.
Moving into a little bit, and I'm not reading the lengthy report I provided you, so I'm just going over some of the highlights. But on page 8, it talks a little bit about community art and design. I referenced it in the old guy mode of our history of how that program came into being. But in terms of current highlights or helping you raise your awareness of the impact of that program, and as commissioners, many of you have lived here or been aware at the times that not every citizen enjoys art in public places. Sometimes they don't distinguish between what's private and what's public, or also they may not fully appreciate the value of public art as kind of the most democratic and accessible form of arts engagement that doesn't require a doorway, a membership, permission. It's just publicly available art for citizens to engage however they choose to engage. And there's nothing more democratic and open than that. With that in mind, some highlights, recent highlights, are that when the public art program started, we didn't really have an idea that generous business leaders would start something like Sculpture Tour, or that the CEO of a local manufacturer with his staff and others and private donors would conceive of the Boom Mural Festival. But because of those actions and what it inspired in other private citizens and improvements to their facilities and so on, in the last 18 months alone, there are 32 murals throughout the downtown. Some of those are small little micro pop-up murals, and others are privately funded on private businesses, and others are a mixture. The opening of your report has the city of Salina was a beneficiary of one of this year's murals that it went on public space. Queen Andrea's We're Better Together mural is on the back wall of the tennis complex, and that's a great benefit for the city of something that, other than the Parks Department helping prep that wall and getting it ready to receive paint with primer, we ended up with a very nice work of art by an internationally known artist that's now part of the public collection. So in addition to the 32 murals, there are 24 sculptures, giving credit again to Sculpture Tour. Every year we have between 18 and 26 new pieces that end up downtown, and that doesn't include an additional 8 that are in the greater downtown area on permanent display, but that aren't part of that annual transition. So it keeps art in public spaces as the People's Choice Awards and other sculpture is added to the collection. In some cases, those come from private citizens or the Friends of Sculpture Tour who donate a piece to the city, and then it becomes permanently available and part of the collection. The impact of this, both with private funding and also with the resource partnership that Salina Arts and Humanities provides through Crystal's advice and work with citizens as they come to the Community Art and Design Advisory Committee, or just privately if a local bank or a business wants to buy a piece from Sculpture Tour or connect with a muralist to be able to enhance their building. We sometimes make those connections and help provide that service and make their job a little bit easier because that isn't typically what they're used to. The bottom line is when the private sector is investing their financial resources and or their physical spaces to help us fulfill our mission, it's a sign of a healthy community. If it was adversarial, we would be in a very different place. But the fact that there's that ownership, I hope that gives you some assurance that the support that you provide to the cultural sector is appreciated, valued, and is going to continue. In the last year, there are 14 sculptures and or paintings, but permanent works that are part of the public collection that Crystal was able to get new signage on and or updated for the first time. And so we are working hard to have all of the public work easily identified. On a side note, the staff, because it's a gap in our community right now, there isn't a single guide, a single reference where a visitor or a resident could say, I just want to come to Salina and see all of the art, and where do I go as a one-stop shop to do that? We don't have that right now. So that's a deficiency that we'll be working on in the year ahead, whether that's a print guide, an online guide, or a hybrid of the two. We do have probably one of the best or most comprehensive of all of those on the City of Salina's website, or Salina Arts and Humanities website under the Public Art tab under Programs. There is an interactive map that highlights the work and details about that, but that as we work with groups like Sculpture Tour and Boom and SDI to identify all of those places. I should also mention, in terms of the partnership with SDI, 2 of those 32 murals are on trash corrals. One of those was completed by Brady Scott from Hutchinson, Kansas, who did Robins in Bloom, I think, is that right? That's over behind Spillman, behind Strand Plaza. That was done during the River Festival and then installed by the Parks Department shortly after festival, and then most recently local artist John Waterman working with a group of youth and young adults completed a piece around a corral over behind the KU Med Center. And they're both lovely pieces and enhance what was kind of an aging and blighted area, and SDI intends on adopting about 2 of those a year in partnership with Parks and with assistance from Arts and Humanities to help make that happen. In terms of the growing collection of art, just as a reminder for you, oftentimes the question is, yeah, but what happens when it ages out? Or you know, when is enough enough? Or we're probably all going to be advocates for more is better, but we also want to do that responsibly. So Crystal oversees the Community Art and Design Advisory Committee to help with assessment of our public collection. So on an annual basis at least, or as needed, that public art collection is reviewed and made recommendations for repair, maintenance, updates, and things like any of the murals that are part of a public collection that are on our stages or at the tennis complex. Once that ages to a certain point, the artists have a full expectation that a new coat of primer will go over it and another piece would be commissioned sometime in the future. With that, we're going to move on to, and I've touched or used this term a couple of times, but to learn a little bit more about our work with resource partnerships, I'm going to have Anna Pauscher-Morowitz give some more details about that.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you all for your time today as we share about our work and the current state of the arts in Salina. I'm Anna Pauscher-Morowitz. I'm the Operations and Development Manager at Salina Arts and Humanities. As Brad has shared today, Salina has a rich history of supporting arts and culture, and we are grateful to be professional stewards of this community tradition. In the report that Brad gave you today on pages 8 and 9, we have included information about how Salina Arts and Humanities is a resource partner to the community and also to the region. While we work to clarify our role, we continue our resource partnership in dynamic ways. For example, in the last 5 years, we have supported Sculpture Tour Salina in purchasing and placing People's Choice, as well as supporting the jury process. The Boom Salina Mural Festival and the Salina Canvas Project, we've supported as a fiscal sponsor, as well as supporting local engagement. With the SDI, in the past we've supported First Fridays, and more recently, as Brad has mentioned, we've supported the trash corral process through professional expertise and the CAD committee. The Horizons Grants Program is a program of the Salina Arts and Humanities Foundation where we support by distributing private funding to artists and cultural organizations in Saline County. We have an Arts Integration Fund where we're financially supporting artists' work in the community. For example, some of the artists were busking during the Boom Festival recently. Sarah Keck helped coordinate that. And in the past and recently, we've done some pop art installations or opportunities to engage with an art making process. We are also, as a resource partner, supporting community-centered discussion around arts and civic practice. We did a music ecosystems conversation here in Salina with about 50 music professionals. We've hosted grant writing workshops for nonprofits and local artists. And artist mixers. Actually, this Wednesday on October 25th, we're hosting our second artist mixer. And the intent of this is to support connection and collaboration amongst the arts community. As a regional resource partner, we often work with Kansas Creative Arts Industries Commission. That's part of the Kansas Department of Commerce. We've helped support listening sessions for their strategic planning, as well as most recently, a couple weeks ago, hosted the Kansas Arts Council Symposium, where 120 professionals from across the state met here in Salina to learn together. We are supporting connections and relationship building between artists and local businesses, as well as connecting artists to organizational resources. We do this regularly through our Creative Connections email. This is an email that goes out every other week to over 500 artists, and it also provides opportunities for them to engage with creative opportunities. We work with Leadership Salina and the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. And we also regularly present about local arts and the profession of arts administration at local universities and high schools. There are many more examples that I can leave with you, but I will transition with a word about our role as an arts advocate. We serve as a local resource by collecting and providing information about data regarding local, national, and regional efforts in the field. With that, I'll pass the mic back to Brad Anderson, who's going to share a little bit more about arts in Salina and their economic impact.
Yeah, we're going to talk about both the social and the economic impact, and I'm going to try not to read numbers to you, but I've got to geek out here for just a minute. At the closing of the Arts Council Symposium, the national advocacy and support organization that we rely on a lot for good information, good resources, is called Americans for the Arts. Every 5 years, Americans for the Arts does a nationwide survey of communities ranging, this year was, or in 22, it was communities ranging in population from 4,000 to 4 million people. There were, and I'm not going to trust my memory to this. Oh, it's in my other notes here. 373 communities, 16,510 arts and cultural agencies, and 224,000, almost 250,000 citizens were surveyed for this report. Statistically, it is solid. Their interpretation of the data that we're going to share with you today is conservative. It's not pie in the sky, dreamy art stuff that somebody made up numbers. These are highly reputable, trusted, verified survey results that help us do our job better and for you to have confidence in the value of the support that you provide to the arts, not just in Salina, but that also has a broader impact. To give you a little bit of context of part of the reason that I value this, Salina participated in AEP 3 back in 2007. I think the data was collected, and 8 it was released. Every organization represented here today, except for the new ones, participated in that survey, collected the data, and the numbers that Salina generated hit really close to those same national averages that I'm going to share with you today. But what they did this year, they asked a couple of new questions that I think were very enlightening in terms of how we measure the economic value of arts in the community. So here's a few of the highlights. First of all, at a national level, and by the way, these numbers are only for nonprofit organizations. So the nonprofits, the 16,000 arts and cultural agencies were all nonprofit. That doesn't include architecture firms, professional galleries, privately owned for-profit art centers, dance schools, other things that are part of arts and culture as well. But the nonprofit arts and culture sector generated $151.7 billion in economic activity nationally. $73 billion was spent by the organizations, and an additional $78 was event-related expenditures. And I want to talk about that for just a minute, because that's where your investment in the Cultural Arts Regional Marketing Program, or in support of the Salina Community Theater or the Art Center, or the help that you provided to the garage in their getting started, and certainly to our organization, has tremendous benefit. When in the results of this report, and I'm on page 11, if you want to follow with me in the report, we're going to look at a couple of these things. First of all, let's look at the motivation for people to come, and all of these results came from the surveys that AEP 6 presented. 77% of out-of-county visitors reported that the primary purpose of their visit was to attend a cultural event. And 64% of those reported they would have traveled to another community. Now, these are the out-of-town visitors, okay? Keep that in mind. Somebody's coming from out of town to an event in Salina, that it was the cultural event that drew them to the community first. And of that number, 64% said, and if Salina didn't have it, I would have gone somewhere else. Or if Dallas didn't have this, I would have gone somewhere else. So that's a pretty substantial number. And likewise, 51% of the local residents said, if this wasn't available in my town, I would go somewhere else for that. Now, let me take just a second to reiterate this point. I've talked about the economic impact of cultural organizations and the positive impact that they have on a community. But sometimes there's criticism from the general public or from those who doubt the value of the arts to say, oh, well, come on, it's local money. They would have spent it here anyway. Well, for the first time in the 30 years they've done these reports, this is the first time that there's data that says, no, that isn't true. If Salina didn't have a good symphony, a good theater, an art center, a car museum, half of our people who are attending those events would go to Manhattan, would go to Wichita, would go to Kansas City, would go somewhere else if we didn't have it. That keeps money here. That's a big deal. And these, again, are trusted numbers that we can value. In the second bullet, it talks about nationally, 30.1% of attendees travel outside. To attend an event in a local municipality. So when they surveyed these 4,000 to 4 million populations, that was the national average. Well, these groups sitting here, that number is 50%. Citywide, from just the 7 organizations that are represented in this report, 50% of those attendees, 20% higher than the rest of the country locally, and that's just counting them. That's not counting other cultural attractions, and we didn't include the River Festival with that as well. That is a significant number, especially when we look at out-of-pocket spending by those attendees. The and I lost my place in terms of the, if you lived out of Saline County and you come to an event, whether you get a hotel or not, whether you eat at a restaurant or not, the average that this report stretches out says, for an out-of-county visitor to come to a cultural event, each person in that audience, half of the people who visit the garage, half of the, more than half that go to the Stiefel, that attend shows at the community theater, look at every other person and say each one of them just spent $60 in Salina, Kansas. That's a big number. That's a substantial impact in terms of restaurants, hotels, gas stations, grocery stores, retail stores. When we start adding that number up, now you might say, well, I know some people who stay with friends, or I know, well, the survey took that into account. It asked and pulled that data, and that number is up, if I remember right, about $15 a person from when it was done 5 years ago. It has gone up substantially. In terms of the softer benefits, or the less than the economic side, if you're looking for confidence in, does the community really appreciate this? We often only hear from those who don't like something we do. But according to these latest numbers, almost 90%, 89% of attendees agreed that the activity or venue they were attending was a source of pride for the community. Frankly, I think we're seeing that and feeling that every day as people get enthusiastic about Boom, about Sculpture Tour, about 200 plus Corvettes throughout the downtown, about the integration of art and music and theater throughout our community in exciting ways. That energy is infectious. Again, 86% said they'd feel a sense of loss if it was no longer available, that there's enough of a value, that there's an emotional attachment and an expectation that those are there. And a similar number that it's important to preserve that for future generations. On a side note, the creativity and innovation. Creativity is among the top 5 skills sought by business leaders in who they're looking for new employees. 72% say creativity is of high importance when hiring. And creativity tops the list of #1 soft skills needed in business. Well, these folks in this room are in the creativity business. And I didn't get the exact quote from the Pure Imagination CEO, but I had 3 people call me to say he talked about how important it was to have a creative energy in this community because his new employees are going to thrive on that. They need that to be fulfilled and sustained in a community. And I'm hoping to have that exact quote sometime in the future. Mitch is working on that for me, but that's just another reminder of that. And along those lines, if I can go back to Sarah's report to you, when we make those infusion guides available to the business community and HR professionals and recruiters, physician recruiters and others, we didn't come up with that in a vacuum. That came as a result of what's now a 15-year-old cultural plan called the Big Ideas. And goal 3 of that plan was to talk specifically about not what can business do for the arts, what can arts do to help grow a healthy business community. And These businesses that are expanding or choosing Salina are doing so in part because of the robust creative energy that exists in our theaters, galleries, and music halls across the city. There's other bullets here that talk about the importance of creativity and personal well-being. I'll leave those with you just as a reminder that if we're looking for additional value, the content of programs and the richness of the creativity that takes place is only possible through these venues. Locally, audience spending beyond admission price for these 7 organizations is over $11 million. If we take the local, the 67401 audience estimates and the out-of-county audience estimates and multiply them by those dollar amounts that Americans for the Arts has provided, and that's a conservative estimate, but that's $11 million of spending in addition to the cost of a ticket. As a reminder, these organizations that are featured here today also represent 71 full-time and 160 part-time employees who pay taxes, rent, own homes, buy groceries, and serve as important volunteers for cultural, social, and other organizations across the community, as well as, in Sarah's report, being a resource to the community in lifelong learning and education beyond just the performance stages. As we wrap some of this up, I want to hit just a couple of the highlights of today. Your investment in the arts strengthens Salina financially and provides tremendous social benefit as community pride swells when the arts thrive. Through your approval of the budget this year, you approved $645,000 of annual funding to Salina Arts and Humanities. That's just our department, and it doesn't include the general fund allocation for the Smoky Hill Museum. That $645,000 pays our salaries, operational costs. It supports a portion of the Arts Infusion program. It helps underwrite public art and the care and maintenance of our public art collection. It pays for special programs, as Anna and Sarah described, that come through education and being a resource partner. And it helps our staff stay current and develop professionally to provide the best service possible. What that $645,000 doesn't do is pay for the River Festival. 1/3 of the festival budget, and if we count in-kind contributions as well, half of the River Festival budget comes from the generous community, private contributions, and money that is gifted back to the city to help cover some of those operational costs. The other 2/3 of the cash budget is earned revenue from wristband sales, from booth fees, from percentages that are charged to food vendors, and for other miscellaneous incomes that come in. And so I want to thank you for your support of this department. We continue to be the only fully funded, fully staffed Department of Arts and Culture that's an independent department of city government in the state of Kansas. That's important, to be able to have a voice at the table with the city manager and my colleagues at other departments every week. Sometimes they get sick of me talking, but it's an important time to be able to sit with police and fire and public works and parks and rec to be able to have the meaningful conversations that we need as we try to meet the needs of our citizens as best we can. There's broad support for the arts and a rising number of citizens who feel their interests and values are reflected through art in public places. Crystal conducted a survey last year in late 22 that carried over a little bit to 23, and it's in the appendix of your book. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the citizen comments, but it would be like another day as a commissioner of some people loving everything you do and others hating it, and some in between, and some criticizing you for things that have nothing to do or in your control, and others that are fully in your control. We're using that data to help us raise awareness of what our roles and responsibilities are, to help share the value of the arts in this community for both citizens to have a better understanding, and for you as leaders to feel equipped that you have the information that you need. But that survey and the written responses, I think, are very enlightening. But one of the most important elements of that was that about 3/4 of the citizens, when asked, are your interests or values reflected by some of the public art or murals that are available? Again, those aren't all ours, but are people seeing themselves reflected? And last year, before this year's new 9 murals, 75% said yes. That's a good number. We still have 25% to go. We may never get to 100, but we're in a good place. Private sector projects are increasing Salina as an arts mecca without burdening taxpayers. Each one of these organizations has provided you information about the percentage of their budget that comes from the private sector. The private sector is doing a lot to help sustain and support this, and with the city's contribution in support of the programs and services that are provided through Arts and Humanities, and with some of these other cultural organizations, whether it's through CARM tax funds that are helping with marketing to attract those out-of-county visitors. It's having an impact, it's making a difference, and it's greatly appreciated. Post-COVID recovery, and it's in your written report, but we haven't talked about it. It's still happening. Nationally, audience numbers, attendance numbers are down almost 30%. We're seeing similar numbers here locally, depending on the venue, but whether that's season ticket holders or subscribers or folks who regularly made that part of their monthly or annual expenditure, we're still not seeing the same numbers back, and that's an area that we need to continue to improve, to attract new audiences and to grow. But I think there's promising steps being taken for that as the public increases its appreciation and participation with these venues. Finally, the arts are going to continue to be a catalyst for growth and change in Salina. They are important to the future of Salina when professional programming, engaging public art, lifelong learning, and creative engagement by the community strengthens the workplace and spaces for people to gain an appreciation and understanding for this world, this place, and the people that share it in meaningful ways. So with that, if you've had a chance to look through some of the profiles for individual organizations, if you have questions for commissioners or for some of those directors that are here, if there are questions that came up in the presentation or the report that you'd like more details on, that'd be fine. And I didn't hold this up, but the Arts and Economic Prosperity Report, 60 pages. So I did not include that in your packet. But if anybody would like more information, we're going to try to have links to that on our webpage and or through social media and elsewhere to make that available for those who want to read more about this latest report. So I'll stand for questions.
Well, none really. I guess I am curious what the community, what the Theater Salina is doing over there. I understand there's an expansion being considered, and maybe you could give me conceptually at least
Yeah,
what
we
you're
have
planning.
been talking with Mike Scraggs for we started about 18 months ago, and we've been working with Jacob Wood since January, and we feel we're all at the point right now that we're able to soon present something effective and forward-looking to the City Commission for your consideration and your approval. One of the things that Mike and I talked about was the community theater having skin in this game, and we have committed to creating a $100,000 fund that would, in the future, pay for repairs and replacement of HVAC. We are prepared to invest over $225,000 on a solar array on the existing building to reduce our electrical footprint. And behind that, we are converting all of our conventional production lighting from traditionally sourced to LED. And that won't have the direct effect that the solar array will, but each instrument will use 30% less electricity, but create 70% less heat, which in those June, July, and August months will make a significant reduction in the strain on HVAC and make those units last longer, and that $100,000 commitment on our end in partnership with the city to add life to the mechanics of the building. When we built the theater education wing that we have now, we hoped that we would have 150 student registrations, and that went by the board very, very quickly. And for the past, with the exception of the 1 year of the pandemic, we've had in excess of 275, 325 student registrations, and this year it's exploded to more than 430 student registrations across all programs. 2 weeks ago, we had more than 2,500 kids bussed in, and we pay for the busing. We raise money to pay for the busing. 2,500 kids in to see Goosebumps, and they came from Ellsworth and Minneapolis. We are now 96% sold out for our spring show, and kids are coming from Junction City as well as USD 305, parochial schools here in town, homeschool students here in town, Ellsworth, Minneapolis. We are truly not only the regional theater in adult entertainment, wait a minute, in entertainment for, but we serve regionally a great number of young people and introduce them to live theater for the first time.
That sounded like something that might come out of my mouth. I'm sorry.
No, we're not doing adult entertainment.
So conceptually, there isn't any change of scale? I mean, we're still working with the same size theater and...
Well, the theaters won't change. What we're creating is a technical area with the river project eminent. We have a storage area that is on city land, and we approached city staff and said, we know you're going to want this land back. We need to create a different area. When the theater education wing was built in 2011, we were given a 30-foot expansion joint around the existing footprint, and on that we can build the technical. But the education wing we want to build, which is 2 more dance studios and a musical theater studio, requires land. And so that's what we've been working with Mike and Jacob to try to make that happen. Because although we do own land to the northeast of the existing building, we also know that that is land that the city is going to want for the river project at some point in the future, and we wouldn't be being good partners if we didn't try to find another way to make this happen for our growth and for the future expansion of the city and the river project. So we do have a long view of this partnership and how important it is not only to us but to the city as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other, I have one quick question. Brad had made a comment that attendance at a lot of events was down approximately 30%. How is your annual ticket sales and season ticket holder sales going?
Actually, this year, we're seeing a rebound.
Good.
We are almost where we were before COVID in subscriptions. and we are seeing a real rebound from last year in single ticket sales. So we're very, very encouraged by that. With part of what we do, we know, is driven by program selection, and we grow our own. The kids that were on stage in Matilda and the kids that are going to be on stage in Wizard of Oz are substantially young people and young artists that we have raised in that building. And that's why those shows are so good. But adults aren't going to come to see kids just because they're kids. They're going to come because their friends come and tell them, that was a really good show. You need to go see it. And we know word of mouth does a tremendous amount of driving people into buying single tickets. Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
When people come to town, they ask, what's going on? And what is now the official place to send a visitor to town to find out what's going on?
That's a good question. And the Cultural Directors Roundtable is a monthly group that meets with representatives from arts, culture, and Visit Salina, and SDI are on that board also, or on that group. A number of years ago, we decided to kind of share resources and go all in on Salina AE. SalinaAE.com is shared between Arts and Humanities and the Chamber of Commerce, or Visit Salina, and then it's also available to all of our cultural partners who do their own programming to be able to add details and events to that calendar. So we don't keep an activity calendar on Arts and Humanities anymore. We have a direct link on our city's homepage to Salina AE. So
Okay.
that's
Any further discussion on having a interactive digital directory downtown?
I believe there's some conversation between Development Services and SDI for a digital board at the City Light stage, but there are some approval processes that digital boards have to go through. The Stiefel has had a benefit of having a couple of digital boards on their property that have been helpful in promoting their events. And so for a broad-based community marketing of upcoming events, I hope that we can come to an agreement with that.
Okay, thank you.
On the murals, well, for example, on the mill, when people comment about that, I am just proud to say that that was privately funded. And none of this would be happening without private funding and volunteers that we have here. But is there a criteria on the murals to go through an approval process?
That's a good question, and the short answer is no. On the private sector, now if we do a public art piece, like the artwork in front of the field house, or at the Tony's Pizza Event Center, or even the placement of a People's Choice in a given location, that comes to you all for the final acceptance and approval. So on the public art pieces, yes, there is a review and a vetting or by the Community Art and Design Advisory Committee or the Arts Commission, or through staff, and depending on the budget level and the permanence of the addition, it would come to you according to our policy. On the private side, that's a little different. The mayor can probably speak more specifically about kind of how the vetting takes place for Sculpture Tour. Our office helps with sitting on the review panel for those into the given year. But for the murals specifically, one of the attractions that Boom has been able to make with artists is allowing them to have artistic freedom within their family of styles of work they do. There are some of the artists whose work has been featured that would not be acceptable, either because of sign ordinance or the content of the pieces that they may make privately in another location or for a less public venue wouldn't be appropriate. So Boom has taken some extra care. In particular, they hire a curator, a known street artist with connections and leverage within that field, to make connections with artists that he thinks would reflect the interest and the values and the physical spaces that Boom is making available for a given year, and then having that conversation in advance. What the artists do then is, to Boom, they'll submit a final design or proposal just before it going in, but typically the building owners who've made their spaces available are told, you don't get to decide what color or what content is on there. We'll show you the family of work that they do, the spirit of the piece that they have, and they have allowed the building owner to see the final design, but to not direct its finish. And that, in the first 2 years, I've pulled aside the curator, Joe Lorato. He's the one who, with another, Logan Hicks, did the Amelia mural on the back of the prickly pear, and complimented him on the excellent ability that he's had to not only bring artists whose variety of work is healthy for the community, but also artists who give a nod to some aspect of Salina or Saline County history or this place. Almost all of that work in the first 2 years has not been done in a vacuum or just sticking art in a place that they would have given to any other town. There are local references to virtually all of the first 2 years of the Boom murals. So,
And the reason I asked is because there's been a few murals pop up that were just not connected to anything. And and everyone likes murals. There's some that we don't like so much, but others, it doesn't matter who you are, it just puts a smile on your face. So, and the same with the sculptures. I like the one down here with the band made out of car parts.
yeah.
There's no one that doesn't like that. But I hear it from people that look at what's going on here and think we're batting a lot higher average than we, for the size of the population in the city, we are excelling. And they just can't believe that this city's only 50,000.
We hear that a lot, and Salina's looked at as a model community for having a public art policy, having the guidelines that we have through CAD. That's probably one of the most common questions I get from other arts or cultural leaders around the state and neighboring states, to say, can you share your policy with us? We'd like to see what you've done, and maybe model some of our own after that. And we modeled that policy based on 4 or 5 communities across the country and took pieces of that to make what we now manage to.
Yeah, and it just seems like if I look back 25 years, things have come a long way in a hurry, and it seems like there's something for everyone.
That's been an intentional act on our part, and I do want to remind you, in the comments that you see in the survey that Crystal did last year, a lot of negative comments are around more local artists. Well, first of all, the number of local artists with experience and capability of working at this scale, at a large public scale, isn't the same if all you've done is smaller canvases. Scaling work up is a unique thing in and of itself, let alone knowing about the durability of the material that you're painting on, how the piece integrates, how to communicate with business leaders and or community so that it's a healthy process. There's a lot that can happen along those lines. But with that being said, if you remember the artwork alley that Salina Arts and Humanities did just ahead of the first boom, utilized a lot of near regional and local artists to put those pieces in as a way to demonstrate that it can happen at a local level too. That with some guidance and again, we used a curator for that, but I couldn't be happier with the visual transformation of what's happening and some of the increasing requests that we have. Crystal and the CAD committee are going to be looking in the year ahead about getting art into other places beyond the downtown, especially some of the sculpture that we have available, to be able to intentionally get that placed in some other neighborhoods and areas of the community beyond the downtown. So,
Thank you.
To follow up on what you said, Commissioner Longbine, and Mike and I were in a meeting Friday, and I think it was Tim Rogers that quoted, maybe it's somebody out of Topeka, that said Salina's punching above their weight when they look at us. And I thought that was kind of an interesting way to look at it, that a lot of the things we have going on seem, would be done in a community much larger than 50,000. So that was good to hear that other people are recognizing that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm speaking out of school to say that was the lieutenant governor that said that.
Lieutenant governor, okay. Well, the lieutenant governor, in case people don't know, because of what's gone on in Salina, has been here a lot, and I see Jane Gates sitting out here, and we have a great story. If I'll tell real briefly, he was here to look at some things that were going on at the garage and at the Stiefel that had been done with star bonds, and he found out that there was an act. And who was it, Jane?
Yeah.
Ben
Yeah.
Foltz.
Ben Foltz was somebody that he really, really likes, and he left our meeting and had a meeting at the airport, called his wife and told her to pack a bag, and he got a room at Homewood Suites and tickets to it, and stayed the night and went to the Stiefel Theater. So that was exciting that the lieutenant governor did that, and he loves Salina. He's almost his second home as much as he's been here. So
He's also an advocate for Barolo's sushi. I think I think he's mentioned that a couple of times. So.
Mr. Lincoln.
Don't really have any questions, but just like to thank you for taking the time to present all this. We know it's time consuming and labor intensive, and it's good to have a refresher of everything that Salina has to offer as far as arts and humanities. And it's been fun to watch all of this unfold and the transformation take place, and I look forward to seeing what's to come.
Well, Commissioner Linkowitz, and I think I put it in the narrative, but having the number, if Salina Arts and Humanities had to do everything in arts and culture, that some communities, that's all they have, is a single agency that tries to do it all, we would have a hard time. Being able to have the Art Center, the Community Theater, Salina Symphony, the Stiefel, the Garage, the Zoo, to have those independently managed, run, have separate missions, and be able to focus on providing the best and highest quality programs and services that they can is really good. And we benefit from that because of the professional level that all of those organizations are operating right now.
Mayor, I've got a couple more questions. Brad, do you find that there are communities or portions of the community that you'd like to attract that are not accessing the arts that you'd like to get them exposed to, get them involved in? Do you got thoughts on that?
I do, and I'll try not to go too long because we've spent quite a bit of time discussing that. Every month at the Arts and Humanities Commission meeting, we have a topic. It's an old business now, but we touch it every month about reaching marginalized, underserved, underrepresented audiences in the community. We took some intentional efforts in this last year to reach out to the school, the principal, and then at the spring conferences to make information available about the River Festival and programs and services that we had at Cottonwood Elementary. West Salina and North Salina probably doesn't have as much representation as we'd like to see on our boards and volunteering and utilizing some of the services that we have. And so we're looking at transportation, social, and economic barriers that might prevent people from attending. With that being said, the museum, Smoky Hill Museum, is doing a phenomenal job at reaching some of those audiences, and we need to learn better from them about how to be even more accessible.
That's great. And I have, if I can ask one more question, this is sort of personal. I'm going to ask Jane Gates about it. Salina was honored by Mike Finnegan to be made the home for a school of music for him. I'm curious how that's going, and are people participating there?
We were good friends with Mike and his wife Candy, so we're very surprised to get a call from Candy 3 days after Mike passed away saying that they wanted to name, or they wanted the Stiefel Theater to be Mike's beneficiary because he's connected to a lot of big names. And at the same time going through COVID, there had been a lot of support for running theaters, and I know all of us had had a lot of industry support. We were closed for 16 months. And we had decided during that time to start music lessons anyway. So when Candy called me, it just seemed logical that, in fact, I just sort of talked to her for like an hour and said, what if we just name our new school after Mike? She really loved it. So we started a couple years ago. We've had some real recent developments. The last Hammond B3 organ that Mike played on was just shipped to the Stiefel from a guy named Bill Lynch in LA. So we've got Paul Morgan, who's agreed to start teaching private lessons for us on this organ. We've also been in touch with the Phantom Blues Band, and they've given us proceeds from their last album for the school. So it's going well on the one hand. On the other hand, you know, we're still trying to find the right number of classes to offer. We're starting ukulele. Is it tonight? Yeah. Your first class. So Anna's going to teach ukulele. You have a new student too as of Friday. 10 people. Yeah. So like 10 people are taking a 4-week ukulele class starting tonight. We're struggling to get piano students and really think about, like, you know, how to make that work. We're going to lower our prices starting this spring to $100 for a 10-week session. So it's really going to be a reasonable fee to take classes. And then we're going to start offering more private classes, like with the Hammond B3 and some other things. So we're, you know, it's going well. We have raised a good amount of money and given a lot of scholarships away. Like at this time, most of the kids that are taking piano have been on scholarship. But, you know, we're excited about it and committed to it, but we are still kind of trying to figure out like what works. We have 2 strong guitar teachers that are teaching in both the junior high schools here. And so, yeah, I mean, it's exciting. We're hoping to do more lecture demos with bands that come in. So it's just kind of a cool thing that we're doing on the side.
Yeah, I just had to ask. Bill Lynch is a great guitar player. Do you get any attraction from outside of the community, or is this mostly internal then at this point?
We've certainly had, and we've had excitement, like the Bridge radio station in Kansas City has reached out, Those are friends of Mike's, and they're going to be promoting the school and the donations on the bridge in Kansas City just as a kind of public service. It's been really interesting because almost every show that comes in, one of the band members or crews knew Mike Finnegan and is really excited to hear about this. So, I mean, it's just kind of it's not a big thing, but it's an important thing that we're doing. We're trying to be real sensitive to not compete with other schools that are doing the same thing that we are. Find our niche that works for us.
And how about your ticket events? The mayor asked about the theater setting. Did you experience the same thing? I mean, it seems like you have more shows to me now than you've had
It seems to me like, again, it's very driven by the shows that we bring in. We just did really well with Nickel Creek on Thursday night, and it's harder for us to sell a Thursday night show than a weekend show. One of the things that we hear a lot that Chris Thiele said to me at the end of the night on Thursday is they had 3 more shows after our show, and I think they had probably had 30 shows on their tour before they came here. And Chris told me, this may be the best audience that we had. And I think that when we were nominated for Theater of the Year this year, it's funny, but I think that the audiences really play into this. Like, the Steeple's kind of well known for our audiences. And I think that's such a funny, cool thing that's happened. Like, bands come here and get excited to come here for many reasons, but one of them is the audiences. And they're just really warm and enthusiastic. So Chris commented that he wants to come back with a project this summer, and so we'll probably bring him back.
Well, we're blessed
But-
with a really amazing performance space, and I'm glad the audiences get it. So
Yeah, the sales I feel like are strong. I mean, we intentionally booked some things like George Takei, not expecting to sell a whole lot. We came out a little better than we thought we would with George. We partnered with K-State, Salina, Westland, and K-State in Manhattan, and as well as Redfern. So it was a great event. Just really trying to keep the mix and recognize that some of the shows are going to help make it possible to bring in others. So, yeah, I
Thank you.
don't see at this point that we are struggling too much from COVID. I think that our sales are back and, strong.
that's great. Do people use the downtown hotel? Do they appreciate that being so handy?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I can reiterate the legitimacy of the Americans for the Arts statistics. When I go to the APAP conference in New York in January, you hear a lot about how they come up with those numbers because, it feels there's kind of a left brain, right brain thing at work all the time that we all are dealing with, They are legitimately coming up with those numbers with a tremendous amount of research. And so that organizations like ours can say, supporting us is really important, and here's the economic benefit for. I know that Nickel Creek the other night, I need to look at this, but I bet 90% of our sales were from out of town. So, yeah, to me, Salina, I'm from Fort Collins, and Salina has such a strong cultural community and it just keeps getting stronger all the time. Like, I think that what's happened with Pure Imagination Studios coming here and recognizing that, like, the more you can do as a city to support these organizations, I know it's hard, but, like, the more you can do, each one of them is unbelievable here. And then this town has all of them. And I just hear it all the time. So,
Jane, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're about time. We need to take a break. But I'm going to follow up on what Jane said in closing is, as a lot of you probably are aware, Salina's had a really strong economic year or 2 years that we have a lot of jobs coming to the community. And so in order to have a qualified workforce, I think you have to be a well-rounded community. And that doesn't just talk about having the Stiefel or the Garage or the Symphony to go to, but I think what really adds to this community is the fact that they have stepped out and now have classes for the youth. Because you do not know what's going to bring a family here. You have to have good school systems. You need your parks and recs to do what they do, and they do well. But you also, now that you can have the classes at the Art Center that are offered, Mike Milliken's School of Music, the 400 and some students that are now attending classes at Theater Salina. You just never know what one thing it's going to take to get that family to move to the community. So to all of you that are sitting out there, thank you for your work. You're part of economic development, whether you know it or not. So thank you, Brad, for your time, and we'll see everybody back here at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock. I will call the October 23rd Salina City Commission meeting to order. I will first look to staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Hoppick.
Here?
Commissioner Davis.
Here?
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Commissioner Longvine.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Will those who are please able stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the date of November 1st, 2023 as Extra Mile Day. Claire Ludis, Executive Director of the Salina Area United Way, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Whereas Salina, Kansas is a community which acknowledges that a special vibrancy exists within the entire community when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. And whereas Salina, Kansas is a community which encourages its citizens to maximize their personal contribution to the community by giving of themselves wholeheartedly and with total effort, commitment, and conviction to their individual ambitions, family, friends, and community. And whereas Salina, Kansas is a community which chooses to shine a light on and celebrate individuals and organizations within its community who go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow members of their community. And whereas Salina, Kansas acknowledges the mission of Extra Mile America to create 550-mile cities in America and is proud to support Extra Mile Day on November 1st, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim November 1st, 2023 to be Extra Mile Day. I urge each individual in the community to take time on this day to not only go the extra mile in his or her own life, but to also acknowledge all those who are inspirational in their efforts and commitment to make their organizations, families, community, country, or world a better place. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas to be affixed this 23rd day of October 2023.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
What's scheduled this year for the Extra Mile Day here in Salina?
Yes, so on November 3rd, the Bank of Tuscott and Salina United Way have been partnering together to create the best day ever. A lot of local businesses have come on board with this, and we will be going to all of our child care centers and bringing baskets to them to acknowledge everything that they do, and then going to in-home providers as well with handwritten notes from different members of the community, and then providing them each with a day of pay to where they should be at, and the ultimate goal to get everybody to. So.
Okay, very good. I have a proclamation for you here. We're going to get a picture taken. Thank you, Claire. Thank you. That kind of goes along with the United Way's focus this year is working on child care. So, okay, that will lead us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of October 16th, 2023. Item 5.2, approve resolution number 23-8158, amending the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule to include fees for unsecured or uncovered loads of residential yard waste. And item 5.3, approve resolution number 238160, authorizing the city manager to permit Salina VFW volunteers to solicit in the city's rights of way.
Okay, is there an item a city commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I'd like to remove item 5.2.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we will remove item 5.2. Do I have a motion to approve the other consent agenda items?
I move to approve items 5.1 and 5.3 of the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1 and 5.3. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. That will bring us to item 5.2. And Commissioner Longbine, you have a specific question?
Yeah, I'd like to just make sure that the public knows about this. And my big question is who's going to define what a secured load is?
Jim Kowach, Operations Manager for Public Works, and we appreciate you calling attention to this, Commissioner. This is something that we've talked about at several study sessions. We've been working closely with Salina County on the problem. There's a pretty significant expenditure cleaning up the haul roads or routes out to the landfill. We checked with the other landfills here in Kansas, and it's pretty common to charge a higher fee for unsecured or untarped loads. So we proposed it this year, and it was approved as part of the comprehensive fee schedule on September 11th. When we got to looking at it, yard waste, which is defined as in two different ways. We have woody yard waste, which is like tree limbs and stuff, which that we haul out to a specified area, and those are burned periodically. And then there's the leaf and tree yard waste that we landfill. We accept residential yard waste for free, and then we charge commercial companies half the normal tipping fee to dispose of those products. The free landfill or free residential yard waste was not in the comprehensive fee schedule. So then we had a problem with the language also saying that you charge double if it's uncovered or untarped. So 2 times 0 is still 0. So one, we wanted to make it clear that residential yard waste is still 0, but we are proposing a fee of the minimum tipping fee of $11.50 for next year for uncovered residential yard waste. The normal fees starting January 1 at the landfill, if it's uncovered or untarped, will be double. And that's the minimum's $11.50 for 500 pounds, or be $46 a ton. The double fee will be $92 a ton. We've got an aggressive 3-month campaign here at the end of the year planned. We've already got press releases out. We've got information on our website. There's going to be Facebook posts and Facebook ads, which reach a lot more people. We're going to have radio ads. We've already been on the radio once talking about the increased fees for uncovered and untarped loads. A lot of the literature and the posts are showing what is good and what is bad. We're really not in the business of making money. We don't want the extra money, but it is an expense for us and the county to clean up these haul routes. What we want is for people just to strap their loads down and make sure stuff doesn't fall out of their vehicle. 1, it's a nuisance to clean up, but 2, it's not safe, stuff out in the road, because this person swerves to miss it and that person doesn't see them, and pretty soon there's a probability of having accidents or people running off the road. So we've got, at the free landfill day, we distributed flyers to people that were apparently losing material, and we had those printed up in English and Spanish, so we were trying to educate the public. It's one of our busiest residential collection days. We sent letters to all of the commercial haulers and talked to them individually and about their commercial trucks being covered or secured. It doesn't, if you have a strap over loose papers and it's still blowing out, it's really not effective. So we want those types of loads to be tarped. If you have a big load of branches, it doesn't have to be tarped, because the tarp really doesn't cover all the stuff sticking up. Just if you strap it down and it's secure and you're not losing anything, that's what we want. And we'll be working with people up until the first of the year, asking them. There's signs out there at the landfill now saying it's happening. that, starting the first of the year, it needs to be secured better than that. Or here's what we'd like to see. We've got photos that people, when they go and weigh and come back, they walk into the scale house and are given information about here's what's going to happen. And we've started that already. And we'll continue it through the end of the year.
Okay, glad to hear that, because that was my concern, is people were going to create conflict and sticker shock when people showed up out there.
Yeah, we're not trying to surprise anybody. We're doing everything we can. It's going to
this
be on the
was-
radio. It's going to be on TPEC's electronic digital board,
This was
which
the
also
first-
does
the first
some of the
I'd-
screens inside. So
First I'd heard about it, so, yeah, and I don't disagree with the policy. I think it's a good move, so.
Well, it coincides with traffic ordinance. You can't, it's against traffic law to have an unsecure load. You can get a ticket for it. So it's really not a bridge too far. We're just asking people to obey the law when they're hauling the waste to the landfill. It's not a bridge.
Says the ex-cop.
So, yeah, well, and I use the landfill a lot too for my business, and I see what happens when people don't secure it. It's in the ditches and whatnot. It's just a mess. Somebody has to clean it up, and it's usually us.
So typically I go out, I just use a tie-down strap, tie down the limbs. So that's sufficient with limbs.
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And those are really efficient as far as getting it tight and packing it to where it won't work loose or blow out, en route. So
I guess I wasn't aware that you could take other yard waste out.
yeah, residential yard waste, your leaves and your grass and stuff, as long as it's clean, it's free.
Okay.
If you start mixing trash in with it, then you'll have to pay the normal tipping
So
fee.
if people want to take their bags of leaves out,
Yep, the residential yard waste is free, and the commercial is half the normal price of the landfill fees. So,
okay. All right, thank you.
is that all?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve Resolution 23-8158, amending the landfill fees in the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8158, amending the landfill fees in the 2024 comprehensive fee schedule. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will bring us to administration.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 23-11179 on second reading, amending the boundary and effective area of the North Ohio Street Gateway Overlay District to add a 19.8 acre tract of land on the west side of North Ohio Street that was recently annexed into the city to the Overlay District area.
Okay, again, I will recuse myself on this item and turn it over to Vice Mayor Longbottom.
And it appears I mixed up my packet. I am not seeing it. Thank you. It's in there somewhere. Thank you. Background, ordinance number 23-11179 was first passed on October 16th, 2023. Since that time, no comments have been received. Is there any further commission comment? Is there any comments from the public? Bring it back for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 23-11179 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11179 on second reading. All those in favor, say aye.
Oh, I think we need a roll call.
Oh, it's a roll call, second reading. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We'll welcome back Mayor Hoppick.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That will bring us back to development business.
Item 7.1, approve ordinance number 23-11180 on first reading, requesting a change in zoning district classification from R2 district to C3 district on property legally described as Lot 9, Block 6 of the Holiday Edition and addressed as 255 South Chicago Street to allow for additional parking for the Salina Emergency Aid Food Bank.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The Salina Emergency Aid Food Bank used to be located in the basement of Memorial Hall. And then in 2001, the City of Salina was able to secure a community development block grant, and the food bank was able to raise sufficient private donations to build a new warehouse and office facility at the corner of Chicago Street and Spruce Street, north of the Ace Hardware complex. And their property there extends over to a north-south alley, and their property had a mixed zoning of C3 on the corner and R2 as you move to the east towards the residential area. And that was not an issue for them because they were using the residential portion just for gardening. But recently they contacted city staff about a desire to construct additional commercial off-street parking to support their facility, and staff determined that the property that they were proposing to build it on was zoned residential, and that type of support parking is not allowed in an R2 district, and so they filed an application to rezone that east lot from R2 to C3, and this change would allow them to construct additional parking. And their plan preserves their ability to maintain the garden, but allows them to utilize the existing north-south alley as an access way for their parking. So your role in this case is to review the rezoning request and determine whether the C3 land uses and development standards would be compatible with the zoning and uses of nearby property. And so the property directly to the south, where the Ace Hardware complex is located, is also Zone C3 Shopping Center District. And if this request is approved, it would move the residential commercial boundary to the alley that you see there pictured, and that would line up and match with the zoning boundary to the south behind Ace Hardware. So this does two things. It would allow a single zoning classification, a single set of development standards to apply to the food bank property, and the zoning change would match the rear boundary of the Ace Hardware complex to the south. And so they're requesting this to unify the zoning of their property and also to allow the construction of additional parking. So the Planning Commission reviewed this request at their hearing they held on October 3rd, 2023, and they voted unanimously to recommend that the zoning map for the City of Salina be amended to rezone Lot 9, Block 6 from R2 multiple family residential to C3 as requested by the food bank. We did not receive any public comment on the application. The protest petition period has expired, and so if you were in concurrence with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, Ordinance 23-1180, rezoning the lot directly east of the food bank, should be approved on first reading. If you disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, you could send this matter back to them for reconsideration. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date to allow the applicant or staff to provide additional information, or you could overturn the Planning Commission's recommendation and deny the application filed by the food bank. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about this request.
Okay, I will look to my left.
Yep.
All right.
No questions.
I drove by there. The only question I had is, so is that alley vacated, or they're just going to be using
that alley is still public right of way, and it's still an alley all the way through to Walnut.
Okay.
And so a portion of that alley is used by the St. John's Missionary Baptist Church farther north. It's not all surfaced the entire length, but it's right away from Spruce all the way to Walnut.
Okay, I noticed it wasn't. So will that be their entry spot into this?
Yes.
Okay. That's what it appeared it would be, so I just wanted to double check that. So, okay.
So
Any-
the alley's not wide enough for two-way traffic, so they'll widen the portion next to the alley to have a driveway wide enough for two-way traffic, but they will utilize the alley for their driving aisle.
Because there's a curb cut there, yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. Okay, with that, are there any questions or comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of ordinance number 23-11180 on the first reading, requesting a change in zoning district classification from R2 district to C3 district on property legally described as Lot 9, Block 6 of the Holiday Addition, and addressed as 255 South Chicago Street to allow for additional parking for the Salina Emergency Aid Food Bank.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The City Commission concurs with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Ordinance number 23-11180, rezoning the lot directly east of the Emergency Aid Food Bank from R2 Multiple Family Residential to C3 Shopping Center District should be approved on first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Thank you. That will lead us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, discuss a boundary area amendment request received from F&W Tractor Company, Inc., and an update and 5-year renewal to the city's Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, and consider authorizing staff to distribute the updated plan to the other local taxing jurisdictions.
Hey, Mr. Andrew, you're back up.
We haven't had any sort of study session recently, and I don't know how familiar commissioners are with the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, but it is a statutory program that was passed by the Kansas legislature, and the city of Salina has had a Neighborhood Revitalization Plan and Program since 1996. And Salina was the first city in Kansas to have an approved neighborhood revitalization plan. And so the current version that we have in place is effective in June 4, 2018, and it remains in effect until December 31st, 2023. And one of the things about the program is it's designed to encourage investment in areas that are blighted or are in need of investment or have some dilapidation. And so those are areas, and then there are also individual structures that the City Commission may designate, making them eligible as well. But in order to have a program, you have to have a plan. And so on page 1 of your report, it says, prior to designating an area as a neighborhood revitalization area or structure to be a dilapidated structure, the governing body shall adopt a plan for the revitalization of such area that contains the following 12 elements. And so the draft plan that's in your packet is a plan that's been prepared that contains all of those elements. And so to give you an example of how widely used the program is citywide, in 2018 the city received 10 applications for the NRA property tax rebate. In 2019 we received 9. In 2020 we received 4. In 2021, we received 4. In 2022, we received 1. And so far this year, we have received 4. So Mr. Wood has the map up on the screen, and I thought I would explain the map and how that works. And so this was originally a program that was brought forward, encouraged by Salina Downtown Incorporated, because they wanted to have a tool to encourage and reinvestment in the downtown area. But as we noted in our report, that revitalization area conflicted with the TIF district that was created downtown, which is where the bonds are paid back through the increase in property taxes. So we had a built-in conflict. So then 2018, most of the downtown core was removed from the revitalization area. But if you have a property located in any of these blue areas that is used for residential purposes, then you are eligible for a rebate. In the green areas, properties that are either commercial or residential are eligible for a rebate. And so there's a commercial area up to the north along North 9th Street, and then we have the area north of downtown, and then along the Broadway corridor is where those revitalization areas are located. So I thought I would kind of walk you through the steps from an applicant point of view and just give you an example of a recent project that received a tax rebate. So there is property that's a pawn shop that's over on Lincoln Avenue, and Joe Hill and his father own that pawn shop, and Mr. Hill wanted to build a duplex for himself and his father next to the pawn shop. So we worked with them on a vacant lot over on Reynolds to construct a single-family attached dwelling over there. And so it started with Mr. Hill getting a building permit to apply to construct that duplex. And so one of the things we had to do was get that separated out as a separate lot. And so when he applied for the property tax rebate, we went to the county appraiser's office. We asked the county appraiser to give us a vacant lot value of that parcel, which the county appraiser set at $17,100. Staff then gets with the property owner and asks the property owner if they accept that as their beginning or base value. The project is completed. It receives an inspection and certificate of occupancy. Then after that occurs, the property is taken back to the county appraiser. The county appraiser determines what the final post-construction value of that property is, and then that value is accepted by the property owner, and then once that occurs, a property is enrolled into the tax rebate program. And so in the case of Mr. Hill, his vacant lot value was $17,100. His final construction value was $286,000. And so his rebate, property tax rebate in years 1 through 5 was 94%. 94% of his property tax that he paid in was rebated back. And then in years 6 through 10, that is reduced by 50%. And so for the taxing entities, essentially they're getting the same taxes as they received before when it was an undeveloped parcel, but the person that's making the improvements, generally on an infill lot, is getting the benefit of not having an increase in property tax for those first 5 years. So the idea on the residential side is to try to incentivize development of vacant lots in the infill area, and one of our biggest users of that are the Chodo and Habitat for Humanity. And so there have been a number of vacant lots over on Choctaw where new homes have been constructed and tax rebates have been applied for. So if we just look at recent projects that were eligible and received property tax rebates, the Norton Apartments on East Iron, the Comfort Inn that was constructed on Bacta Court west of North 9th Street, Lee Lofts Phase 1, the renovation of Lowell School, the renovation of the Railroad Depot up there on Pine, and then more recently we have, in 2023, we've received applications for Phase 2 of Lee Lofts. Todd Welsh has constructed 2 new duplexes on South 10th Street, and that is within the rebate area, and he has applied for tax rebate for that. And then we've received an application from Agri Center on West Old Highway 40, and as we noted in our report, we received the application, but we did not act on it or do anything with it because as it stands, the Agri Center property on West Old Highway 40 is not within the current revitalization area. So this is a 2-part action item. One is to get input from you on any changes or modifications you would want to see. Staff is not proposing anything new or different after making a number of changes in 2018. And the only request we've received from an outside party to change the boundary of the rebate area was received from F&W Tractor Company, which has purchased the property out on West Old Highway 40 and is converting it to their Salina dealership. So one of the complications of the program is that there's a lot of steps involved. You've got to get a beginning value, the owner has to accept that, then you have a post-construction value, the owner has to accept that. You're working with the county appraiser on establishing those values, and then once you have eligibility for rebate, the way the program works is that you pay your property tax to the county treasurer, you bring your receipt showing that you paid your property tax to the finance department, and they cut a rebate check based on what the estimated calculated rebate would be. And the other thing that was put into the statute is that you cannot renew or amend the plan without getting ratification of the renewal and any changes from all the different taxing jurisdictions within Saline County. So that would include the City of Salina, Saline County, USD number 305, Salina Public Library, Salina Airport Authority, and Central Kansas University Extension District. And so one of the outcomes tonight, if you are inclined to move forward with our draft plan, is that staff would then go out and meet individually with all of those taxing entities, explain what's being proposed, and get their ratification of the renewal, and then we would come back to you and report that, and then schedule a public hearing, hopefully sometime in December, to renew this program for another 5 years. So it's not an abatement program, it's a rebate program, and so that makes it kind of multi-step and multi-jurisdictional. One thing we do have is Mr. Bankston had the foresight to draft interlocal agreements that we have with all the other taxing jurisdictions, and those agreements automatically renew unless they decide to no longer participate. So it used to be that we were having to do new interlocal agreements every 5 years, so we don't have that step, but we do need to go and get ratification from those other taxing jurisdictions before we can bring a 5-year plan back to you for actual adoption. So this is like a step one, make sure you understand the program and that we're up for renewal. And 2, understand what the boundaries areas are, and then third, to consider whether you wish to add the property on West Old Highway 40 to the boundaries that constitute the neighborhood revitalization area. So with that, I'll be open to any questions that you have. I've got some other examples here from vacant residential lots that have had new homes or the Lee lofts to kind of get an indication of that. It would be nice to say that every single project that's done is a but for the rebate, it wouldn't happen. There are a number of projects, including the Lee lofts, and particularly the Pioneer President's Place, which was the rehabilitation of Roosevelt Lincoln Middle School, that simply wouldn't have happened without this rebate program being available. So with that, I'll be open to any questions you have about the map, the program, how it works, and any questions you have about the request received from Agri-Center.
Questions?
On the map, where is the city limits boundary? You got that zoomed in, that first picture, the red lines.
Are you referring to the Agri-Center
Yeah.
request? Okay, the Agri-Center property is right up here. So we have this map in the packet. So what occurred was that property, when Mr. Pessinger owned it, was outside the city limits. It was annexed into the city, and we explained at the time that the movement of the city limit line did not automatically move the boundary of the revitalization area. That is a policy decision. The boundaries of that are set by the city commission. So part of today's action is to determine whether you are supportive of moving. You're not moving the city limit line, you are incorporating this property, which is inside the city limits. The Broadway corridor and Dry Creek here is the current boundary, and you have a written request from Agri-Center to move the boundary from the center of Dry Creek and the Broadway corridor over to include that property.
So, yeah, I vaguely remember that being annexed in. So there is water and sewer there.
There is water there. There is no sewer service there, but there is a water line that runs along North Street. And that water line provides domestic and fire protection water for the Agri-Center building.
And the action items here, it seems like they're reversed. Item 2 is to finalize the draft of the revitalization plan.
Well, part of the reason for doing that is the only outside request to make any change that we could report to the other taxing entities was the one for Agri-Center. And then action item 2 is to see if there are other locations, other aspects of the program that you wanted to provide direction that we change. But you can consider those in either order. If you want to consider whether to renew the plan at all first, that can certainly be done, and then you can make a recommendation on the request from Agri-Center.
Yeah, I think my question may have just been answered, but I thought when the building was first constructed, it was not hooked to city water.
That is correct.
And does it being in the NRA then, or region, require water to be brought in, or with any other restrictions or financial obligations for us?
What happened is that the city put in a water line running from West Grand in a loop and then coming back down West North Street.
Mm-hmm.
That water line was there in place. When Mr. Pessinger owned the property, he did not hook up to that line. since Agri-Center has owned the property, they have made a connection to that line and paid a hookup fee to connect. So there's a water line that you can see that Mr. Wood has on the screen there. This blue line here is a 12-inch public water line that was constructed as a loop a number of years ago. That water line was there. People don't pay to hook up unless they're ready to hook up. When Mr. Pessinger owned it, it had wells and a septic system, and so Agri-Center desired to hook up to that line, and so they were annexed into the city, and they have a physical connection to that water line.
So, but if I understood your question, there's no connection or requirements with the Neighborhood Revitalization Area Plan as it relates to sewer and water service. That needs to be addressed typically like any other applicable code, but there's no conditioning of the NRA on that.
I just kind of assumed that, well, gosh, if you're doing all this and we're upgrading the property, that water and sewer might be a basic part of that, but obviously not.
The majority of the times it is. On occasion, they have to look at alternatives.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the building was already there when Agri-Center purchased it, but it was essentially a shell, and they've gone in and done rehabilitation work on the building to make it suitable for, we offer no opinion whether all the scope of work and the valuation increase and all for Agri-Center will actually result in them being eligible for a tax rebate, but they have requested that they be placed in the area that makes them eligible to receive that if they should make improvements that result in increased valuation in the future.
Okay. There may not be an answer to this question, but is the but-for argument initiated at the time the application is made? Obviously, it wasn't a valid argument to have the work done that's already been done. How do you come up with a figure?
Well, this, as I pointed out, that this has not historically been a but-for program. It's been something that has been an enhancement. There are a number of programs and rehabilitations that have been done, such as Lee Lofts, the Heritage of Hawthorne, the Pioneer Presence Place, that if the rebate had not been available as an incentive, the project probably wouldn't have happened. But there are a number of other projects that may have happened anyway, and the rebate was just an extra incentive for that. So not every application that we receive for that's in the rebate area necessarily would meet a but-for test.
Can you speak to the base that would versus the increment in this particular instance? And numerically, you probably can't. But
I'm not sure I brought that down. But obviously, if you have a property, I will give an example here. This is the Lowell School property, and that was an existing building. And so the Lowell School property had an appraised value of $352,000 at the time of purchase, and they started their rehabilitation. And after they did the building improvements and put apartments in there, it was appraised at $1.25 million. So their rebate is based on the difference between $352,000 and $1.2 million. And so the base value for the Agri-Center project would be what the county appraiser said the building was worth before they made their rehabilitation improvements. And so a lot of times, like we're working with the Habitat for Humanity home, they're building on a vacant lot and we have a vacant lot value. But if there's already an existing building, then your base for pre-construction value is the value of the building before the improvements. And so one of the program requirements is that the valuation has to increase by at least 20% from the base to even be eligible for a rebate. And so one of the projects I had on my list here was Sunset Plaza. And we had multiple meetings with Sunset Plaza and to assure the new owners that Sunset Plaza was in the revitalization area and was potentially eligible for property tax rebate. They went in and made large improvements to Dillon's. They built a fueling facility out front. But then, after that occurred, because of some concern they had about vacancies, they made an appeal or filed an appeal with the county appraiser, and based on that appeal, the county appraiser substantially lowered the value for Sunset Plaza. And so, as a result of that appeal, at the end of the Dillon's project and the fueling facility, the valuation of Sunset Plaza was lower than it was when they applied for the rebate. And so they're not, that type of project is not eligible for rebate because it didn't result in an increase in assessed valuation. So one of the requirements of the program is, the purpose is to cushion owners from the impact of an increase in property tax. And so it's to encourage investment in infill areas and to try to buffer the owner from having a negative impact from increased property tax that goes with that. But with that being said, you're only eligible if the result of your project results in a higher tax bill.
So the item before you is geographically, should the location be added to the NRA boundaries? And then as the project progresses, we'll have to sort through the application of the plan to the project.
That's my question, and I'm kind of got an answer, and I kind of don't have an answer. That property is currently being worked on right now.
There is a issued permit to rehabilitate the property.
So when does that value get set on this property?
So the way the program is set up, when you, I'll give you a hypothetical, something I worked on with the Lee Lofts. We do a final inspection in October, and the city issues a certificate of occupancy that says you may now occupy phase 1 of Lee Lofts. Then that value is not reflected until the next tax year. And so once we have a certificate of occupancy, then I take those projects that finish and have certificates of occupancy, I take them to the county appraiser, and he assigns a final post-construction value that reflects that work. And so that rebate is based on the difference between before work started and after construction is complete and I have a CO.
That's what I'm trying to get at, because right now I'm trying to figure out what that increment is. Is it when they bought the building, or is it from today?
It's from the day that they come in and apply for a permit to make improvements.
So they applied for a permit several months back.
That is correct.
And so that would be the date that we use
Yes.
for a value.
Mm-hmm.
How do we set that value at that point, because they've done improvements since then?
What happens is they submit their building permit application. Within 60 days after you submit a building permit application, you have to submit your rebate application. I take that rebate application to the county appraiser. He gives me a before value. The owner accepts that before value, and that locks it in as the before value. And then everything is frozen in place until the work is complete. There's a final inspection, there's a certificate of occupancy, then we take it back to the county appraiser and they give us the final post-construction value. Once we have that, we can calculate the percentage of increase and whether they are eligible. Not every project that applies for a property tax rebate ends up having the necessary amount of value increase to be eligible.
Okay. Going back to the map, and we're talking about this property being annexed in, this property at one point would have been annexed into the city, correct? Until they changed the boundaries, when they changed the what do I want to call it? Not the floodway, the river.
We
the creek there?
realigned Dry Creek.
Right, and that was realigned, but not approved at the city level, correct?
There's much confusion over there, but this property, at least part of it, was part of the Chicago addition to the city of Salina that was annexed in the late 1800s.
Which would have fallen into the neighborhood revitalization because it took in the north part.
Part of
that.
this, and then when the channel was straightened, the city limit line was put down the straightened channel.
Right.
But we had to go in and vacate some of the platted paper streets that existed on this property because it was part of the Chicago addition.
So just as take home, this application does not have to be initiated before construction starts. That this can be a afterthought type application almost when construction's done?
It's not supposed to be an afterthought, but what happens is under the program guidelines, if you submit a building permit application to renovate or rehabilitate or build a new building, you must submit a tax rebate application within 60 days after that application is filed. And the purpose of that is to prevent exactly what has been somewhat described, is that not have somebody come in and apply for a rebate a year and a half after they've started work on a project. And so there's supposed to be a tie or connection between the building permit application and the rebate application.
This was in the 60 days? I just can't find the...
This was a situation where they applied for a building permit. Within 60 days after applying for the building permit, F&W Tractor, doing business as Agri Center, submitted an application for a property tax rebate. We replied back to them in writing and have had several meetings telling them we could not do anything with their application because they were not in the neighborhood revitalization area, but we told them that the program was up for 5-year renewal and that when we brought it forward for the city commission to consider any changes they might want to make to the boundary or to the program, that we would bring it to the city commission to see if there was support for adding that area to the neighborhood revitalization boundary. And so we've brought these two together, the 5-year renewal, and because Mr. Scragg has vast experience with this as he went through it 5 years ago, but if we simply wanted to change the map to add to one property, we would have to go to every property tax entity and get them to sign off on that change. So we told Agri Center that it was best, since this was up for a 5-year renewal, to bundle that in for general consideration with any other changes or boundary amendments that the city commission might wish to consider. So that's why these two are tied together, because we were going to have to bring it back for a 5-year renewal in any event.
So is this going to be considered, I don't think the building's ever been occupied, new construction or revitalization?
This would be considered a residential rehabilitation, or excuse me, a commercial rehabilitation. So probably the majority of the projects that we've done over the last 10 years, both residentially and commercially, have been some form of rehabilitation and not necessarily new construction. The Lowell School was rehabilitation, the Norton Apartments was rehabilitation, the Lee Lofts was rehabilitation, the Railroad Depot was rehabilitation, and so this is a rehabilitation. What I'm trying to say is that I can't, as someone who helps administer the program, I can't stand here and tell you that the work that they're doing on the building is actually going to result in them being eligible to get a rebate, but they have asked that this be put in front of the commission to consider that.
So who decides the eligibility?
The eligibility is ultimately decided by the county appraiser. That the county appraiser goes out and based on the work that's been done, they decide what the final post-construction value is.
And that's where the 20% threshold has to be met.
Yeah, if you don't, so I wrote and talked to the owners and they acknowledged that, but when I got done and we had issued certificates of occupancy for Dillon's and the other projects at Sunset Plaza, I went to the county appraiser and was surprised to find out that the owners had appealed their valuation and got it substantially lowered. And so since at the end of the project, the valuation on the property was lower than it was when they pulled their building permits, I wrote them a letter and said, you don't meet the criteria because your value didn't increase by at least 20%. But it's formula driven, so your lower your base that you start with and the higher your end value, the larger your rebate. And so there's a lot of rebates that are fairly modest in the 50-60% rebate range because the rehabilitation work that was done just didn't increase the value that much. But if you're Habitat for Humanity and you have a vacant lot on Choctaw and it's worth $7,000 at the time you apply for a permit and you finish the house and then it's valued at $112,000, your rebate is the difference between $7,000 and $112,000. So that's a fairly substantial rebate.
Any other questions? Okay, any questions or comments from the public? Yeah, how about the applicant? Is there anybody from the applicant here? Looks like we have
We
somebody.
may have somebody here on behalf of Agri Center.
Well, Commissioners, Mike Wilson with Compro Realty. I represented Agri Center, and we're transaction brokers in the sale between Pestinger and F&W Tractor. Been at this for a while. I don't have exact dates on when applications came in, but it has been a very complicated process, and city staff's been very helpful with us in trying to navigate this. I just entertain any questions that you have. I think that that was obviously pretty comprehensive. So,
Any questions for?
I'm just curious, were you aware that the program existed at the beginning of your planning, the whole project?
Yes, we were, and there was just a question of does the NRA boundary change automatically when a property or a parcel is annexed into the city? And obviously that answer is no. So that's when we started this process. I want to say last fall, last September, and then we've just been in constant communication with city staff since then.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. And this is an investment in the North Salina, if that makes a difference to anybody. So I guess I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, on action item number 1, I would move to instruct staff to draft an amendment to the Neighborhood Revitalization Plan adding 1097 West Old Highway 40 to the Neighborhood Revitalization Area in response to the request.
Second.
We have a motion and a second instructing staff to draft an amendment to the Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, adding 1097 West Old Highway 40 to the Neighborhood Revitalization Area in response to Mr. Files' request. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will then lead us to action item number 2.
Mayor, I move we direct staff to finalize the draft 2024-2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, solicit the consent of the applicable taxing jurisdictions and publish notice of the public hearing before the City Commission for consideration of the proposed update to the Neighborhood Revitalization Plan.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second directing staff to finalize the draft of the 2024 to 2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, solicit the consent of the applicable taxing jurisdictions, and publish a notice of a public hearing before the City Commission for consideration of the proposed update to the Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0.
Want to mention that we have staff lined up to get on the agenda of all the taxing entities during the month of November to discuss this, and then our hope is to bring this back to you for a public hearing and adoption in December.
Okay, thank you for your work on that. That will lead us to development business.
Item 7.3, Development Agreement Addenda, which starts with 7.3A, approve resolution number 23-8161, adopting an addendum to the Southview Estates LLC Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement originally adopted on October 18th, 2021.
Mayor, I will be recusing myself from the Southview Estates consideration.
And I will be recusing myself on both 7.3A and B. So I'll turn it over to Vice Mayor Longbine.
Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you, Commissioner Longbine, Commissioners. This is a follow-up item based on recommendation and direction you gave staff September 25th of 2023. First acknowledged July 17th of 2023 were discrepancies in the activities happening in the Southview subdivision. The development agreement identified minimum unit sizes, and those had not been met. We had found after staff research in the field and through additional paperwork that 10 single-family homes were found to be less than 1,100 square feet, and 14 townhomes were found to be less than 1,000 square feet. Following that discussion by the commission and executive session and several recommendations made, you directed staff to work with bond counsel to come up with an addendum to the Southview Development Agreement, acknowledging what units had been undersized and a date in which those were acknowledged for, and clearly identifying that anything moving forward could seek penalties and things like that, but acknowledging that there were undersized units in the development agreement, and also bringing clarification to one of the items that was brought into question by the developer, and that is the definition of finished square footage that had been used to identify what size the units should be. Staff also contacted Aero Plains and thought, well, this is in front of you, we'd address this in both development agreements. They're very similar, both RHID projects. That same definition for finished square footage is in the Aero Plains subdivision. So worked with bond counsel and came up with a addendum there, dealing with undersized units, but dealing with that definition. So before you, you have a resolution and the addendum. The resolution is the body charging staff with going through with that addendum, getting that signed for both parties. And then the addendum is what is the contractual piece that's been added. Bond counsel is online if the commission has any questions. In the staff report, staff also addressed questions that had been raised through the city manager's office regarding Southview development agreement. So in an RHID, you start off with a development plan, and then there's a development agreement adopted. The development plan is part of state statute for the adoption and creation of an RHID district. And one of the questions was that when there is a substantial change to a development plan, that should be brought back forward through a public hearing and public notification process. The question was raised if any of the amendments that have been made to either Aero Plains or Southview development agreements over the last few months would have triggered that substantial change requirement. Staff has since went over those changes and that code section or statute section with bond counsel, and they have advised that we have not exceeded that or created a substantial change. So no public hearings were needed, nor is that process need to be addressed. So that's just a little bit of further clarification there. So as I mentioned, you have two resolutions in front of you, one for Southview Estates that would address the unit size issue and the clarification of the definition, and then you also have the resolution that would put forward the addendum for Aero Plains, clarifying that definition. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, if I could add one clarification, in speaking with bond counsel, I think their analysis was based on the plan, which was the required element to be submitted to the state. That's much more general and broad. So the changes in the development agreement details don't necessarily constitute a change to the plan or a significant change to the plan. So their analysis took a look at kind of the original proposal that went to the state as a plan, and then the changes that have been authorized recently.
So this would line up the language in the development plan to be the same as the development agreement?
So the development plan is basically what we produce to say, the statute says we should produce in this, we need to identify a district and what would happen in the district. So that plan is very general and goes along with that state statute part. The development agreement is the contractual relationship between the city and the developer. So what we're talking about is the development agreement. We have a definition in there. We clearly learned that the developer saw that definition different than we saw that definition. So the addendum was to clarify that definition in the development agreement, which is that contractual piece, and then to acknowledge the error of those units that we've gone over.
And there's universal agreement upon what constitutes finished living space?
Yes, so the addendum you'll see goes through and identifies that, and that actually, that definition that we used for the addendum is what the county appraiser's office uses to identify finished living space. So that is it's actually from like the International Appraiser's Dictionary or something like that.
All right, and now there was some discussion about the bathroom, what we would have called half baths, three-quarter bath. Is that level of detail being added? I notice this refers just to size and fixture. Or did the fixture details then necessarily spell out what type of tub or shower is in there?
When staff looked back and we read the notes, or I actually watched the video again and trying to kind of go through this, I guess it was my understanding at this point, the fixture count and the size of those bathrooms are essentially already exist. They've already started building the product and have a standard. We had a size issue. We have it noted as staff, like for further development agreements, we'll break down those bathroom styles and fixture counts and things like that. But if that's something you expected to or desire to be addressed in this addendum, we would have to go back and further address that.
And that actually was not addressed in the original development agreement. So that, we're trying to clarify application of the original development agreement as intended. That type of a revision would be a change from the original development agreement. And from the I don't want to speak for the developers, but now we're changing their product and what we expect of them. This is trying to clarify the original meaning of the minds on the product and
So this would clarify if there's a shower as opposed to a tub?
No, and that goes back to Commissioner Davis when you asked, like, what is the difference between the development agreement and the development plan? The development plan acknowledges that they could have anywhere from 1 to, I think, 1.5 baths, and I'll quick scroll through to find that. But that's a generalization that's in the development plan. But the development agreement, that's a contractual relationship that we're trying to get compliance on here, that doesn't get into bathrooms. So we don't have an issue from a development plan perspective. They built bathrooms. They have a range of numbers and sizes of bathrooms they could have built in the development plan. And our agreement doesn't say you have to have this many bedrooms. It doesn't say you have to have this many bathrooms. It says your minimum square footage is this. This is what you charge for them. You can't charge more than this.
Okay, but we don't usually specify the number of bathrooms?
Not usually. I mean,
I'm asking out of ignorance,
and we
yeah.
went over this in that last meeting, but that question of like, do they or don't they have enough bathrooms? There's a range of bathrooms per unit identified that their units would be anywhere from half to, I think, 1.5 or 2 bathrooms. But
Well,
that's
that-
a range.
That was the issue. There seemed to be difference of opinion as to what constituted half a bathroom. I mean, I'm just from memory, but
Yeah.
I believe
I
we
mean-
discussed that there was some discrepancy between what people were led to believe from the advertisement that bathroom would contain and what was actually built.
Well, I'll have to scroll through to that analysis because I thought we covered that in the last meeting, so I'm
Right,
sorry to
so
seem unprepared.
We now have about 4 things going on. We've got the plan and the general statements that were in the plan. We have the development agreement that intentionally or unintentionally did not specify number of bathrooms and individual floor plans and building designs. Going forward, if that's something that we want to take up in a future development agreement, I think we could, although we also need to give thought to at what level we're going to impose those requirements relative to the developer and market rate and cost and assessing the market. As far as advertising, that's beyond the scope of any of what we have authority over.
I would assume that they would build a sufficient number. I mean, nowadays, if you built a 3-bedroom house with just 1 bathroom, folks would probably look to buy it someplace else. But
Well, that combined with that factors into the sale price, purchase price, and that's kind of a market assessment that we're looking to the developer to make rather than impose.
So the question that was raised on the 17th is, bathrooms seen in the open houses are described as full baths, but are shower only and do not include tub. Staff's response and research was that development agreement does not use the term full bath. So development agreement does not use the term full bath, nor does the word bathroom defined in the development agreement definitions. There are 3 references to bathrooms within the development agreement, and they are all within Exhibit G and Exhibit H. The table below highlights those references. So Exhibit H, which highlights 1 to 2.5 bathrooms for both townhomes and single-family homes and does not define their features further. Exhibit G1, required standards, does not note the number of required bathrooms. It just says bathrooms. And Exhibit G2, minimum construction standards, only refers to the bathrooms as having luxury vinyl flooring.
And then going back to the prior point, Exhibit H was the plan. That was the original plan submitted to the state for the RHID designation. And then and it was then an attachment to the agreement, but the agreement went into greater detail, or at least covered things in higher detail. So that's where bond counsel's analysis came in terms of the references to bathroom and the application of the plan versus the development agreement.
all right, I think some of our discussion was what was considered a full bath by the developer was not the same definition as a lot of people considered a full bath with a tub.
And without the developer here, and the developer was aware of what we were discussing today is what's in your packet as far as the addendums. But I believe if you look back, the developer identified that, there is no definition for bathroom in the development agreement. So for us to hold them to a standard that we didn't define.
And I think the question here is the standard of the square footage,
Correct.
which the properties that are already constructed that did not meet square footage, that has
They are acknowledged. They acknowledged it was wrong.
water under the bridge, right?
Correct. And the addendum acknowledges kind of the cutoff point for what was commenced and what building permits were pulled after or before October 1st. And anything after that, if it's substandard, they're subject to remedies in the development agreement.
And yeah, to say that it's water under the bridge kind of builds on the conversation that you had and the direction you gave us previously. If you, as a governing body, want to discuss remedies and other provisions, that's probably an additional executive session conversation. But that would be at your discretion. What we brought you is trying to pick up where you left off from your last deliberation.
How many units were involved? 10?
There are
14?
14 were 10 to 25 square feet low, and
10 single
No, I'm
family
sorry.
and 14 townhomes.
yes, 10 were 10 to 25 square feet off, and 14 were 60 square feet off.
Well, the issue of remedies is a consideration, but I just remember us having more discussion on the bathroom. What does bathroom size and fixture details should be defined to a greater extent actually result in?
Well, our understanding was that that's how you wanted us to handle future development agreements, not greater definition of these. If that's direction that you're giving us, when I went back and watched the video,
So that's not for
so.
these two?
No, it is not for these two. If that's something the commission desires, staff can go back and add that further detail. What we identified for these addendums was, one, the definition of that finished square footage, because that is the reason the developer says they were undersized on their units. Their definition or what they thought finished square footage meant was different than what we thought. So the compromise was, look, as Commissioner Longbine said, water under the bridge, but at this point, like, that's not a point of confusion anymore. This is the definition, the addendum gets to that. These are a number of units. Staff did identify a number of things that going forward in future development agreements, we would address in greater detail. If bathrooms is one of those that you need addressed in this development agreement, staff can do that. And then staff would also want further direction if you want that done for Aero Plains as well.
Well, I'm one for uniformity, but just it sounds like if there's confusion about what full bath means.
Well, I guess the
But-
question is that something we want defined?
Well, if you're speaking of, go ahead, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but by way of the development agreement, we did not specify a number of bathrooms. So not having specified a number of bathrooms then it calls into question whether we need to define half, three-quarter, full bath.
Does city code define what a full bath is?
I don't know if it defines it in that term. We have,
I'd have to go home and ask my wife,
well, I mean, and I'd ask our building official, I mean, we have, I don't know if, and I think part of the problem is you have a definition, you have a definition, and you have a definition. And that's why from a compliance perspective, at the end of the day, what matters is what's in the development agreement. So if you're saying the commission wants us to enforce on a definition related to bathrooms, that definition only belongs in the development agreement. There can be umpteen definitions, but the only one that would matter is in the development agreement if that's what we're having them comply with.
I mean, if we signed off on the development agreement, I have to respect that. But, so I guess my comments are more for future development agreements, which
Correct.
we obviously have.
Which
we don't
staff
have- We don't have to
acknowledges and-
discuss today, but
We have those in our notes that,
Right.
when we go to do future development agreements on housing, we have from our previous meeting identified that we will get more details into bathrooms.
But realistically, when we're talking about traditional definition of a bathroom with a stand-up shower is a three-quarter bath versus a full bath, which is a bathtub and shower configuration, which I'm going by traditional Realtor standards, which have changed over the last few years. But I think it's worth mentioning that, these developers, the end game for them is they want to sell the product. So if they're getting feedback from the public that's buying or potentially buying said product, and they're getting, hey, we want a full bath, they're going to modify it, because the difference between the cost of a stand-up shower versus a bath and shower configuration, pretty minimal. And if it's a make or break thing, selling it or not selling it, anybody with any common sense is going to make that change. So my opinion on it would be let the market determine what's more beneficial for the buying public. But just for what it's worth, we're talking about the difference of basically three-quarter and full bath.
And I guess where my logic follows is if we've waived building permit fees for something that doesn't sell because of the construction shortcomings, then I'm concerned about money that we've given away that we probably didn't need to.
Understandable. And I guess I would offer up the perspective that if we start determining what the developer is supposed to offer in terms of the fixtures, and maybe we're not as in tune to the market as a developer is. And I'll be the first to say that's the case with me. I mean, I'm in the real estate market, but it's a different segment. And if we say, okay, from now on, you, hypothetically speaking, need to offer a full bath, and for whatever reason, the market feedback they're getting is, well, we prefer a stand-up shower, and then they can't sell it because we made that determination, then I don't know if I'd want to be in that particular spot, but I understand where you're coming from.
Well, I may be able to clarify what I said. There was a contention that what was advertised as a full bath was not your or my understanding of a full bath. I just want to get the definitions, not to dictate what has to be in, but in future, just have some standard
I think the listing
definitions.
realtors need to make that determination.
Yeah, and I don't think it's our place to
That's-
regulate that.
Well, not to tell them how many or what they need to put in, but just as long as we're all using the same definition.
Yeah, and, you know, we've
It
got
is
to
confusing.
go back to the whole original concept of this was to incentivize someone to build moderate income housing. And,
We have a product.
yeah, and the product's not meeting standards, and
Well,
hopefully, going forward, it'll be corrected.
I'm not trying to be a contrarian here. It's just, I think there's a difference between, hey, this thing has, the wheels are falling off and the engine doesn't start, use an automotive analogy, versus, there's a couple of features, or maybe I didn't get the heated seats. You know, I guess I'm a car guy, but you're talking about a little difference in square footage versus, hey, this is a flaming pile of you know what, and nobody's going to buy it, versus it's a few square feet shy of what we thought. And also offer up the perspective of, it would be one thing if these realtors were offering it and saying, hey, it's this square footage, and it's not. Like everything, last time we talked, everything had been sold, had been given the correct square footage, so nobody's been sold a product that has not been described correctly.
Correct.
So that, I think, would be a whole different can of worms, whereas it's pretty out in the open now. These are shy, some square footage, but if you're buying it based on cost per square footage, you're paying less for said product.
But, and I'm, want to go on record, reluctant to speak for how it's been advertised in the past, how it's currently advertised, how it's going to be advertised in the future. We have a hard enough time staying on top of, things that we're administering, let alone that level of detail. We came into this trying to incentivize modern income housing or workforce housing and a price point, but we did not go through their material list and try to check their math. We were deferential to them bringing a product to the market that they could sell using this program at a price point. Now, they are considerably below the agreed upon price point, but if they're experiencing difficulties with selling the product, then I think they'll look at altering that to make it sell and make future ones sell. But the plan did have generalities in it that understandably get looked at. It took us and the staff report that we provided you back in at the end of September tried to go into great detail of parsing out the plan that was originally drawn up, submitted to the state for preliminary approval, and the terms of the development agreement that ultimately were acted on, and then to attach the plan to the development agreement just adds to the confusion. But the conclusion was what's binding are the provisions of the development agreement. That was the basis of your deliberations previously that got us to where we are at this point. Not to say you can't change your mind, and if you want to talk about defaults and remedies, then I would suggest that needs to happen in executive session.
Any other comments?
No, I'm good.
Any comments from the public?
Ben Winholz, Salina. you're talking about the bathrooms, as far as, and I'm not buying what the developers have told you that, oh, it just said it needed 2 baths. It didn't need to say the size. Both by realty standards and by plumbing standards, a full bath is a full tub shower, and a 3/4 bath is a shower. Okay, now to Lincoln's argument that, well, if they don't sell with the tub shower, then we're putting the burden on them and they could have made them 3/4 showers. These are low-income houses. These more than likely will have families that will have small children. And if you have a 3/4 bath with the small children, they need a tub, because when they're infants, they need to be bathed in a tub for safety purposes. And also, if you look at it this way too, a family buys this home with only a 3/4 bath in it, and then they try to sell it down the road. They're limited to who they can sell it to because it's a 3/4 bath. It's going to be hard for another family with small children to come in if it's not a bath. To me, why wouldn't you make it a full bath? Because it's got a shower in it. And then so you'd have the tub shower combination instead of just a shower. It doesn't make any sense to, and I think that wording needs to be put in there. And I don't buy what the developers are saying. It's like, well, we did a 3/4 bath and a half bath, so that's considered 2 baths, and that's good enough. That is not the case when it comes to building standards. I've been in it for 45 years, and a full bath is a full bath, and a 3/4 bath is a 3/4 bath. So I think from this point forward, they all need to be tub showers. They all need to be a full bath, because you're selling to lower income families, more than likely that will have small children.
I'd like to remind everyone that what's before us is the square footage requirements, not the bathrooms. And this is not low-income housing, it is moderate-income housing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's by definition, it's not. I mean, it's
Moderate income's going to have small children.
moderate. Okay.
Bring on the kids.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just,
Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is John Blanchard. I live in Salina. I stand here in protest of the decision that this does not have to go back to a public hearing. I believe that there are numerous reasons. I have not seen what bond counsel is. We're told that we ran it by bond counsel. We haven't seen a letter in the packet from bond counsel with their findings as to why. Let me list to you my findings for why it is substantial. First of all, when the public hearing was held, the public was told there were 3 things that we were definitely going to get out of this thing. Home ownership was going to be applied to all of the units. There was a timeline of 36 months from commencement to completion, and that there were going to be sites and a level standard, it's in the packet, of size and quality requirements. You've taken with all of these addenda, these ones and the ones before, and you've completely flipped all of that. So you're saying that the public hearing meant nothing because you changed all of those. And now you're saying you haven't changed it in any substantial way. There's a big difference when we used our housing study and we said we want more home ownership. And that's what the RHID is set up to do, and provide affordable rents and home ownership. And that is the purpose of those programs. You said it really well just a moment ago. What these addenda do is they substantially is the word, affect the effectiveness of those programs to deliver quality, affordable housing for our workforce, which is what we desperately need. Some of you act like you are here to represent developers and not our hardworking people in town who are looking for quality, affordable rentals and home ownership. Did anyone contact either Kansas Housing Resource Corporation, who administers the MIH, or the Department of Commerce or whoever administers the rural housing, to ask them if they have a definition of what a substantial change is. I would hope that somebody would. The problem is that you're making housing less affordable for the people who need it most, and that's the purpose of why we're here. I just have one last question, and that is, there seems to be a discrepancy on the timeline of when this is going to be done. I might just mention, when you change your timeline from 3 years to 4 years, it adds to the cost and lessens affordability, because the longer we're out there, housing has been getting a lot more expensive the further down the road we go. So that has made it more expensive. When you have a smaller house and you don't lower the price at all, that's not making it more affordable. That's making it less affordable. And then the last thing I just want to ask is that I don't believe we're following our development agreement. And I might add, the development agreement was part of the submittal for the development plan. So the development agreement is part and parcel a part of the plan. So we try to keep trying to split that out, and it's not. It's the same thing. And then the last thing is we had 22 units that were multifamily in that South View. And we were told that they were all completed and ready for sale, and they all came in under the timeline, which was in June.
You got 10 seconds. Mr.
Okay.
Blanchard.
Are all of those homes, townhouses, completed? Are there occupancy permits on them? And are they ready for sale and move in? Thank you very much for the extra time.
Anyone else?
Answers.
We ready to bring it back for action?
We got any answers to those questions?
Was the bond council?
I don't have the answers right now.
Was the bond council on?
Yes, bond counsel should be on Zoom.
Yes, I'm on.
Just wanted, Commissioner Davis, if you could explain your reasoning for this being or not being a substantial alteration to the development agreement?
Well, I think the first matter is that whether there's a substantial change or not for the statute has to do with the development plan, not the development agreement. They are two separate items. The statutory construct requires a development plan. The RHID statutes do not require a development agreement. So changes to a development agreement are not addressed by the RHID statutes because the statutes don't require it. The things like full neighborhood rental and timeline are not required parts of the development plan as set forth in the statute. So changes to timeline or owner versus rental would not change that plan because they are not a required part of that plan as set forth in the statutes.
Dominic, could you also clarify, RHIDs apply for both rental housing and owner occupied, is that correct?
That is correct.
So just so I'm understanding correctly, it's the development plan that needs to be substantially adjusted, not the development agreement for this to require another hearing.
If there is a substantial change to the development plan, notice and public hearing are required.
So if there's a substantial change to the development plan, that's what triggers the public hearing, not the development agreement.
So the bathrooms are more accurately described in the plan than the development agreement. Does that then constitute?
Dominic, there's also required elements of the plan that are the focus of the plan submission, review, and approval. Is that correct?
That is right, correct. The statute lists out the requirements of the development plan.
So are any required elements being substantially changed as part of this?
No, we don't have any change to the development plan that we are undertaking or changing in terms of the development agreement.
Sorry, I can barely hear you. Could you restate that, please?
Yes, you are correct. The changes are being made to the development agreement. There are not changes being made to the development plan.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, that answers one question, certainly makes me more confused about the bathrooms, but it answers the question about how it should handle the square footage in the development agreement, yeah.
Right. So I would acknowledge that as the project has evolved, the developers made requests for changes in response to the market, in response to their development. We brought those to you, and we've made those changes and in consultation with KHRC and with Bond Council. We're kind of down to that decision point that was before you before in terms of the square footage issue and defining that and clarifying from everything from this point forward, being at that square footage, which is kind of where we left the conversation the last time. Happy to staff through whatever it is that you would like beyond that.
Do changes to the whole project that would be brought about by another hearing constitute open discussion, or is that something that requires an executive session?
The public hearing obviously would be open discussion. The difficulty becomes interpretation, administration of the development agreement, and it's really a question of whether we believe they're in default and there's remedies to be applied, I believe. I mean, part of the question becomes our discretion and our latitude to impose additional requirements at this point in the process. And I would think that I would need some legal advice in that regard before I could answer that question.
Well, I didn't want to ask a question if that question needed to be asked in executive session.
I mean, that relates more to the bathrooms. If at this point you're, and we've kind of collectively said that's not the issue at hand, but right. if you want to take up the bathroom issue, the first question in my mind is going to be whether that's deviating from the agreement and whether we have unilateral authority to impose that requirement at this time.
So what would you be asking to require them to go back, as Commissioner Linkowitz said, to add a bathroom? Add the bathtub?
No, does the development plan specifically give enough direction to mandate that? If it doesn't, then I wouldn't pursue it at all. I mean, I had the page here just a second. Okay. And I think a lot of what I was seeing here was for future development agreements, but our development plan, I may need help finding it. As far as the reference to the bathroom,
Right. So in the attached staff report from September 25th,
okay,
on page 2, there's the language that says housing facilities. It says development plan is initial plan put together as part of the Rural Housing Incentive District process and is sent to the state for RHID approval prior to drafting and executing the development agreement. The Southview Estates development plan is attached to the development agreement as Exhibit H. The direct excerpt is as follows: housing facilities. The housing facilities consist of constructing 42 single-family homes, approximately 1,100 square feet each, with 2 or 3 bedrooms depending on the unit type, 1 to 2.5 bathrooms, and a 1-car garage, and 66 townhome units, 33 structures, approximately 950 to 1,100 square feet each, with 2 or 3 bedrooms depending on the unit type, 1 to 2.5 bathrooms, and a 1-car garage. So you might notice that the square footage is approximate, and it actually is less than 1,000 square feet. So then Exhibit G was the required housing standards that got incorporated into the development agreement, and it had a maximum initial sales price for single-family homes of $225, townhomes of $190, minimum feet of 1,100 square feet for a single-family home and 1,000 for townhomes, minimum number of bedrooms, 2 in each instance, and minimum level of finish as itemized in this attached spec sheet. So the development agreement did not specify number of bathrooms, and it did refine the provisions as it related to square footage.
And just as a practical matter, if, for whatever reason, this had to go back to another public hearing, does that then halt construction?
Presumably, depending on what it is they're constructing, if they can assess where they think you're headed as it relates to bathrooms, and they're comfortable to continue constructing at that level or in excess of that. But if their intended plan is in question, well, that's, I guess, a matter of interpretation as well. Do they proceed under the terms of the current agreement, or do they pause while we contemplate proposing a change to them? And I intentionally say proposing a change to them. I don't know that we are in a position to just modify this unilaterally.
Okay.
Will staff and inspectors follow up to ensure that they are meeting square footage requirements going forward?
Yes, the staff mentioned at the last meeting, we have altered the building permit process specifically for Aero Plains and for Southview. So now when their plans come in, we're checking for that minimum size, and then we're also verifying that at certificate of occupancy. It's not something that's normally in our process, because as long as you can meet building code and you have the things that are necessary, we get a house as little as you can try and get it. So we don't normally have a minimum or a maximum standard, but because of the development agreement, we've now built that into the process for these two projects.
We are going to ensure that they build what they say they're going to build.
Yes, I mean, contractually in their development agreement, they are still responsible for meeting that. But staff has tried to administer this process by, one, checking their plans at building permit check-in time, and then when we go to do the CO, verifying that the building is the correct size.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Just the one thing that I keep coming back to is we have a need for workforce housing, moderate income. We had a hiccup. We're making a course adjustment, and to me, maybe I'm just oversimplifying it because we can get caught in the minutia of all these details, but the bottom line is we have functional workforce housing. We're going to course correct. We'll have a better product down the road as we progress. And I guess the question to the rest of the commissioners would be, do you want to go down a punitive path with a developer, because it may be something where there's some sort of, I don't want to say gratification, but maybe a sense of balance to that, but then it may affect our ability to do business with future developers. If we become, if we're going to basically be known for, and again, it's hypothetical, but if, say, difficult to work with, and we're still stuck needing workforce housing, and developers may decide, no, we'll pass as City of Salina as a business partner because maybe you guys are too difficult to work with, or it's just something to offer up as a perspective. But again, we have a product. It came in under price. I have more to add to that, but it would require that I divulge executive session information, but there's compelling, I'll leave it at that. Just the pricing is good.
I'm not as worried about future developers considering us hard to work with. I mean, if we pay for something, we expect to get it. People have turned cars in because it was cream white, not with eggshell white. And they said, no, that's not what I wanted. And the dealer has to sell it almost as a used car to take a loss on it. But what I'm looking at here is where we're going to end up if we make a lot of changes, and where we're going to end up with the addendum. And when you look at the time and the energy we're going to put in to end up at about the same place. You know, I would have to say it's probably wiser take this as a lesson learned, build on it. If we were going to end up at a substantially different place down the road, I mean, we know we can't knock the 10 houses down that have been built. But if we can influence what goes on now, I think for the work, time, and money we're going to put into it, this may be the best compromise action.
And I agree with both of you that it has been a work in progress for both city staff and the developers. So hopefully we're getting on the road to progress and some resolution.
Well, I'll make life easy for you.
To build houses.
I move we approve Resolution 23-8161, adopting an addendum to the Southview Estates LLC RHID Development Agreement.
I will second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8161, adopting an amendment to the Southview Estates LLC RHID Development Agreement. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Commissioner Ryan, would you like to come back for item 7.3B? Mr. Hammond, would you turn the air conditioner back on, please?
Yeah, it's over here.
Please and thank you.
So, for Commissioner Ryan's benefit, I'd like to ask Ms. Driscoll to provide a brief summary of the action item.
Can we replay the tape?
Well, allow me first to put it on record that item 7.3B is to approve resolution number 23-8162, adopting an addendum to the Building Kansas LLC Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement, originally adopted on March 28th, 2022.
Commissioner Ryan, as you're aware, in September, you asked staff to look at definitions related to finished square footage and how that might be addressed for Southview, or the commission asked us to look at that and deal with that. When looking at that, we realized the same definition that may cause issue or have lack of clarification was also in the Aero Plains Development Agreement. So at this time, not only are we addressing Southview, but we also brought forward an addendum after talking with the Aero Plains developers, which is Building Kansas LLC, asking them if they would be open to an addendum to provide that same level of clarification. So the definition that's in the addendum, we worked with the county appraiser to make sure that that's how they would have defined that. It comes from the International Appraiser's Dictionary or Glossary, and just further defines what that finished square footage is. So it's more like finished living space, which is what people commonly refer to in county appraisal records. So there's an addendum. If you pass the resolution, then the addendum would be executed between both parties. So the resolution is for the body's action.
So in our process, it's more geared to the permitting process we do and what the appraisal process is. We were kind of missing an element there.
We were just using, well, the definitions were different. So we thought we had clearly defined what finished square footage was, but we learned that maybe the developer didn't see it the same way. And so we're seeking further clarification on that. And then this is the definition we'll also use into the future in other development agreements for this type of project.
So, and just for clarification, the issue arose as it related to Southview, but recognizing we had similar language between the Southview agreement and the Aero Plains agreement, we are making the amendment in the Aero Plains agreement as well.
That way everybody's the same.
Good. Thank you.
So we're treating both developments the same, to be clear.
Correct.
Any questions? Any questions or comment from the public? Bring it back for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, move approval of resolution number 23-8162, adopting an addendum to the Building Kansas LLC RHID Development Agreement.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution number 23-8162, adopting and amending to the Building Kansas LLC RHID Development Agreement. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. And we will welcome back Mayor Hoppick.
An hour to start.
Okay, it looks like we're moving to item 8, which is other business. Is there an item a commissioner would like to bring before the group?
Yeah.
Okay. Either one, you guys flip a coin. I don't care who goes first.
I'll defer to the vice mayor.
Thank you. Recently, we discussed the legal publications transitioning to the website. We approved an ordinance out of the requirement of the local paper, and we had talked about going ahead and start dual publishing in the paper as well as on the website. I have yet to see where the publications are on the website, and real concern I have is there's a place to check for email notifications. We discussed the ability to sign up to be an email notification when there is a publication. To sign up for an email publication, like we get with our city commission packet, you have to register and have an account. My concern is that's going to be a real deterrent for people. They're just not gonna do it. Is that really necessary? I know it's security-wise, it's an issue. But is it really necessary to have an account to sign up for email notifications?
So taking them in order, placing them on the website is relatively new. In fact, may have just gone live last week. Jacob Wood has our website up, showing the tab for that. And so then the signing up.
Sorry, for some reason this computer treats this as a mobile platform, so it's not, I think it's because I have this tiny monitor. And
Isn't there a tab right on the home page to sign up for notifications? Right on the front page.
It is. Where's it at, Scott? Do you know? I'm sorry, this doesn't look the same as it does normally on a normal website because it's
right down there, that green tab in the middle.
Yeah, okay, here you go. So it's up in those files as well. And yes, the system right now, currently, you do have to put an email address, put a password in there, and then it pops up all of your notifications. And this is the way that the system allows you to manage your own notifications. So there's, I don't know, 25 different topics or items that you can check to get notifications from different boards and commissions, and that allows you to go back in at any time and manage those preferences. I don't know if there's another way to do that. We can talk to the website provider and see if there's a way to do that, but in order for an individual to be able to continue to manage it on an ongoing basis, that's the way that the website is set up.
I don't see that as an obstacle personally. If I go to my Salina Journal account, I have to have a password to get in. Everything's got a password to it. You don't have to make it complicated.
Yeah, my concern is just how much control we have versus the service provider. We were using a different service that was kind of bolted on to our last website, and it was a struggle. We were always very nervous about whether it would function and send out notices. We had to be pretty hypersensitive to that, and then if we had difficulties, which we did on occasion, they weren't very responsive. This seems to be more stable, but it does have that username and password feature. Presumably, it's so that I couldn't maliciously go in and change your settings or spam you with a bunch or remove
Well,
you
after
from
seeing what's happened
your
in Kansas
chosen
courts
ones.
this week,
Well, I
there's
need to
another
talk about that too.
Kansas City
so.
that got hacked. Security is something to think about.
Yeah, it is a big issue to think about, but I guess my bigger question is the publication, legal publications and public hearing notifications. Do we have a place on that, and are they being published?
Yes, so that was the site that I showed you. So if we go back to the home page, there's a button right here that says legal and public notifications. This has only been going on for a couple of weeks, so we just have a couple of ordinances that have been published there. That's also in the I Want To section. If you, it's
Go up to the left.
right here,
There
yeah.
you go.
I Want To, public notices and legal publications, that'll take you to that same site. And then also, if you want to.
Could you hold that page just for a second? Is the nature of the ordinance ever spelled out? I mean, if I was looking for a topic, I'd have to open up every last one of
We could update the
those.
title as well, sure.
Not a bad idea. And you don't have to go through all four
Oh,
to figure
right,
out
yeah.
which one they're looking for.
But those aren't legally required to be published, are they?
Yes, it doesn't become effective until publication.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I understand that the website's a work in progress, and
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner, because we just did a pretty nice tutorial here to show
Right.
people how to go through that.
Mr. Bankston pointed out that the required publication from a print standpoint is just a summary publication, and so you may recall at the bottom of the ordinance, it'll have the summary language. So we don't, in print publications, we don't pay to print the entire ordinance.
Yeah, we
In
actually
this
print
instance,
just
it
this
would,
section.
it would show the whole ordinance.
so the timeline on the ordinance Sean Hennessy presented on the paper publications, are we about at that 60
Yeah,
days?
it's mid-November. I don't know the date off the top of my head, but yeah, we're getting close. Okay. November 1st.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I just wanted to discuss something that kind of quietly happened in our community and just sort of came through, and while a lot of it's sort of locked in place, it's one of those, oh, wow, did that happen? Had a lot of comments from community leaders and citizens about the Slumber and the Slammer event. If you're not familiar with it, for $20, you can spend a night in our new jail on November 3rd. Now, unlike the real jail experience, all customers know that they will be checking out the next morning. Those who enter our jail the more traditional fashion, which is usually involuntarily, often not even convicted of the crime yet, they face the horror of not knowing if they're going home or when they're going home. And not to single out our jail, but jails in general, incur the risk of physical harm, contracting illnesses, or suffering long-standing emotional distress, which is a bit much to popularize spending a night in jail as a social event. I'm guessing that most people who have opted for the experience probably don't plan to return there involuntarily. For blacks, the representation in the prison population in Kansas is 5 to 8 times our percentage of the general population. This is compounded by Kansas incarcerating a higher percentage of its population than just about any other state in the United States. Not their absolute number, but a percentage of our population, of all races combined. Statistically, the poor, racial minorities, and uneducated fare much worse in our criminal justice system nationwide. Please understand why we, black population or any other minorities, are not terribly excited about spending a night in jail, let alone pay for it. last time we were offered a boat ride on the west coast of Africa, it didn't turn out too well. So we're just a little leery about spending nights in jail or glorifying it. A more positive and motivational event would be to have minority youth at risk pay $20 to spend a night on a college campus to increase their chances of being matriculated rather than incarcerated. While likely well-intentioned, I wonder if this event was to prepare people for something that they're never going to experience anyway. While there should be no need for another jail opening in our area for at least another 50 to 60 years, perhaps a more acceptable option would be just a simple open house. I realize this body does not have jurisdiction over the jail. I'm not asking this body for any action, hoping some of my county commission colleagues will listen to the tape late at night if they can't go to sleep and just think about it. But it's an event that does rub some aspects of, or some components of our community in a very deep-seated, uncomfortable fashion. And I don't think that necessarily malice was the intent, but it's some things we just have to think through on a community-wide basis before we do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I had a couple things, and Commissioner Ryan touched on one. So you may have seen in the news recently the state of Kansas has had issues with their court functioning and taking that offline and on paper. Over the weekend, we became aware that, and I don't know that we have the same system as the state of Kansas, nor do I know exactly what the state of Kansas's issues are or were. But we became aware that we think a patch installed at the end of the week caused information that to be available on our website. I should back up. We have a link on our website that allows access to court case information. Attorneys can use it, defendants can use it. And so it is publicly available information and limits access to personal information. We were advised, I became aware Saturday night, that it looked like those settings were not where they were supposed to be, and that publicly, private information might be available publicly. We were able to shut down the link, verify that the data resides with us. The software provider is the one that facilitates that functionality. So we were able to break that link, and we will not be putting it back online until we have an explanation from the vendor of exactly what happened and confirmation that it's solved. We don't have a sense of how widespread it is, and we're still trying to get to the bottom of some of this. Our first opportunity to have a conversation with the vendor was today. We believe it had to do with the patch that they instructed us to install, that in the process of fixing whatever it was intended to fix, changed settings unbeknownst to them or us. So as I said, we've broken the link as quick as we could, or as quick as we became aware. We've got it offline until we're confident it can go back online. Having conversations with the vendor, whether they're going to do anything in terms of a more comprehensive explanation. Also having conversations with staff and our risk manager about what guidance we can give to anyone that might be concerned in terms of steps they can take. We're asking, but don't expect that the vendor will be able to tell us, who accessed what. I think it's more open-ended than that. I don't know that we'll be able to ascertain any of the details of what. It wasn't a hack, but it was information that was available for a short duration that was not intended to be public.
For those who would be worried about their information being compromised, just rough estimate of when they should know, if they know. Most large corporations, if they're hacked, they send out, your information may have been taken, and there are these accesses to, credit checks, and call your credit bureau, and it's kind of a standard operating procedure. Now, when would a decision on that likely be made?
We'll see whether the vendor can assist with that in any way. I think at a minimum, we'll provide just some general guidance of if you think it has been compromised, what you should do. I mean, a quick Google search has about 7 steps that you can follow. but I don't know that we'll be able to ascertain who that message should go to more specifically than just an open-ended message.
Do we know the time frame that this happened between when the patch went on and when we were
Well,
made up
that's
when-
still, that's our theory. We're still trying to get the vendor to verify that that is when the change happened. But end of the day, Thursday, beginning of Friday is when we believe the patch was installed
So we're
that
talking-
contributed to it. But we're kind of connecting the dots. I can't say that with certainty. So, two other items. Previously, a citizen asked for additional information about the development agreement related to the housing project and expenses for our specialized legal counsel. As you well know, we're continuing to go into executive session. We have one today that Commissioner Linkowitz asked for how much time. I expect this one to be extensive. I think that we can start with an hour, and it may be much longer than that, but we're getting into the meat of it. Can't really disclose much more than that to preserve the privilege of executive session. And then specialized legal counsel, as of last invoice, is approximately $85,000. You may recall that we specifically chose not to waive building permit fees, recognizing that we were going to have special cost, and the estimated building permit fees at this time are $250,000. So I expect that should offset that expense, but it is specialized legal counsel that we retained previously, and we're not done. There's still more work they need to do on our behalf.
Okay, anything else in open forum? If not, that will lead us to citizens forum. That's a chance for the public to come forward. We ask that you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Please give us your name and where you're from.
Pastor Alan Smith, Salina, Kansas, 1319 Parkwood. For 24 years, I have pastored in Salina, and now I am not only the pastor of St. John's, but I'm also the president of the NAACP. The church and the NAACP are the two most historical organizations that have represented the African American community. As Dr. Trent Davis said, he mentioned something, and so I'm just here as probably the moral conscience. No action, obviously, but as the pastor of St. John's and the NAACP president, Dr. Davis is our secretary, John is our treasurer, and Miss Vicky is my vice president. And so I don't want to gloss over the slumber and the slammer, and I know it's not coming from the commissioners, it's coming from the county, but this is how I know Salina works. It's a small community that together we do a lot of things. And what I love about Salina is that we hold one another accountable and we work together to make things happen. But during this season where things are going well, money's flowing, we're building, we're growing, what I don't want us to forget is that there are those who are not as fortunate. And the idea that I raised my son an African American, and one of the things I'm always concerned about is him being pulled over, him going to jail. And to take something, we know we've had to have a larger jail, unfortunately, for the things that are happening in our community. But to take it and make it a social event where you can pay $20 and get a t-shirt and go spend the night. But many of those who are making that decision don't have the concern that their son or their daughter will ever be, not by choice, but by force, be asked to come, be forced to come, be handcuffed, and brought to this new jail that now we're having a party. It really does not take into consideration the population that is most adversely affected by the building that we've built. I don't know what we're slumbering or celebrating about. It was out of necessity that we built a jail. But it's out of necessity I come here to say to us, you're in this community. You know county commissioners. You know individuals that are influential. You know people that make decisions. But just don't forget about the little person, the person who is going to be most adversely affected, even just emotionally. I'm here just to say on behalf of the African American community of Salina, this is one decision that I was really, really highly disappointed just over the messaging that it sent, that this was something that we could celebrate and put on a t-shirt and said, I spent a night in jail. But for the community that has to go there not by choice, to teach their kids to make sure that they do extra things, make sure you keep your hands on the wheel, make sure you get all of your lights, make sure they're all not out, make sure that you don't do anything that's going to cause someone to unjustly put your knee on their neck, cause them to be taken to a place where just yesterday a young man told me that I was arrested, I don't know what for. I was mistreated along the way, and now they want to have a slumber in the jail. The moral conscience of our community says, yeah, we got to have a jail because we all want to live in a safe community. But the idea that we would take and ask you for $20, give you a t-shirt, and then let you go back home, and there's many who are in the jail that should not be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Lieutenant Luke Hirsch, Salvation Army. Don't have my uniform on. I just wanted to bring some attention to, I work in the north side of Salina, a part of Salina that I think sometimes gets neglected, gets kind of lost because everything's moving down south. I drive down Pacific Avenue every single day on my way to work. And on the left side, I see this brand new jail that looks phenomenal. And on the left side, I see an eyesore of a whole bunch of cars and a whole bunch of, I don't know what they are, just lined up there. It looks like a junkyard on the north side of Salina. I know that we should take pride in our city. We should take pride in both the south side and the north side. North side is notorious for drug addicts and prostitution and everything like that. But I think if we want to clean up, if we want to make this city better and not have to build more jails and not have to celebrate people sleeping in jails, that we should clean up not just the south side, but the north side as well. The more you clean up an area, the better people will live in the area, and the more you'll clean up the area, the better the area will act. If you treat that area like a war zone, like a prison, people are going to act like they're in a war zone or in a prison. If you treat it like they don't matter, they're going to act like they don't matter. So as a resident of Salina and as a pastor myself in the north side of Salina, I see a lot of people come into my feeding program, see a lot of people come into our building who are disheveled and just don't feel like they have hope. And I think that if we start cleaning up the north side of Salina and start bringing that hope to them, that I think that there'll be no more need for a bigger jail. There'll be no more need to celebrate, hey, we have a bigger jail. The people will actually start feeling that hope and start feeling like, hey, I'm a member of Salina. And I, just one other thing, I think that if you start cleaning up Salina on the north side as well, that you'll actually start bringing maybe a grocery store in or a laundromat in. I don't know if you know anything, but North Salina is a food desert. It's a laundry desert. There's nothing up there for the people. Where they have to go, they have to drive to South Salina to get their food necessities. That shouldn't be. We're all Salinians, so we're all part of Salina. So let's treat the people on north side the same way as we treat the people on south side. That's all I wanted to say. So,
thank you.
Debbie Corrales, Salina, Kansas. Today I just wanted to share
some information with you about pit bull bans. There was a survey done in 2019, approximately a month before the three of you voted to keep the ban in, by a high school student. 85% of those students don't believe pit bulls are vicious. Some of those kids, if not all, are now voting age. A study that was conducted in 2022, 70% of Americans oppose BSL. Proven by voters in Denver by 66%, Springfield, Missouri by 68%, 9 days after Jason Gage became their city manager. A national survey found that 84% of Americans don't support any form of BSL. Less than 4% of the cities and towns in the U.S. have any form of BSL. Pit bulls are the most popular breed in the United States, beating out Labrador Retrievers, German Shepherds, and others. American Pit Bull Terrier, #1 breed found in dogs when they're being DNA'd. I also shared with this, breaking, 24 cities in Kansas have now ended the unfair breed-specific legislation, giving pit bulls a second chance. That is now up to 47. This was published in 2019. There's technically 54, but when I called all these cities, when they couldn't give me a date, they repealed their breed ban, I didn't count them. So my official account is 47. 22 states have made it illegal for BSL to be in their states. Out of those 22, 4 have made it illegal for insurance companies to base rates on your dog's breed specifically. Salina is far behind the times. We need to move up. We're punishing dogs. We have a shelter full of pit bull type dogs that haven't done anything to anybody except look a certain way. Sound familiar? Please repeal the ban.
Thank you.
Norman Mantle, Salina. I attended an event yesterday at a museum. The subject was, freedom does not mean you're welcome here. The subject was about to fully understand the deep roots of toxic blend of ethno-religious identity politics known today as white Christian nationalism. We need to go back at least to 1493, not the year Columbus sailed the blue, but the year he returned to a hero's welcome in Spain, begging him with gold, brightly colored parrots, and a nearly dozen captive indigenous people. The return of Columbus also participated in one of the most faithful theological developments in the history of the Western Christian Church. The creation of what has been known as the doctrine of discovery, established in the series of 15th century papal bulls. The doctrine claims that European civilization and Western Christianity are superior to all other races, cultures, and religions. The doctrine of discovery merged the interests of European imperialism, including the African slave trade, with Christian missionary zeal. While the doctrine has escaped scrutiny by most white scholars and theologians, indigenous people and scholars of color have long been testified to the Christian roots of white supremacy, while dying and living with their damaging effects. So you're going to have to go back to 1493 to clean this up.
Thank you.
Ben Winholt, Salina. I've got 2 items. I'd like a quick answer to the first one. If not, if Jason can stop the clock until I do get an answer. Last week was brought to our attention that USD 305 had to get a permit for barricades to block off part of the midway. I asked for the explanation since the permit or the application was not up to the city standard of when it was put in. It came in too late. Exactly if they were charged the 3 times. Staff said that they would get with the city manager, and what I want to know is exactly, I don't care about what they had to pay for at the Tony Event Center. What did they pay for the permit and application for that?
Yeah, I'm being told a $12 permit fee and a $50 late fee for a total of $62.
And that was supposed to be sub-minimum. If you go by the standards of what you guys have put in place as far as the fees, going with the 50% off, that would make a block party at $100, would make it $300 if it was late. And I think this supposedly fell underneath of a block party. Am I correct?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
Well, there you go. So I just want that out public record of what they had to pay versus what somebody that has a block party is going to have to pay. Second thing, and this is read. I'm going to go back to the study session earlier today when Mr. Brad Anderson, Director of the Arts and Humanities, stated that the $645,000 contribution from the city does not pay for the River Festival. Arts and Humanities budget at the beginning of the year is $1.2 million. $600,000 is a transfer from the general fund in the spring. $35,000 is approved by the commissioners for the video screen needed for the Eric Stein stage. Mr. Anderson has said that in past studies that the River Festival cost over $800,000 a year to put on. So to say that the $645,000 transfer is not for the River Festival, but is for everything else that he mentioned, is smoke and mirrors on his part. The festival comes out of the Arts and Humanities budget, and if that $600,000 wasn't transferred, their expenses would never be within their budget of the $1.2 million. So just to say, okay, this $600,000 check that we got doesn't go to the River Festival, yeah, maybe it doesn't, but it still comes out of your $1.2 million, which that came into the bank there. So if you didn't have that $600,000 that we, the taxpayers, pay for, they would never make budget. And with that, in my opinion, we are paying for the River Festival, at least part of that $800,000 cost that it takes to put it on. Thank you.
And Mr. Anderson's here, and I'm sure he'll have a, not right now, but you can, I'm sure we'll get an answer in writing from Mr. Anderson for you. Okay. Anyone else?
Mayor, Commissioners, John Blanchard, City of Salina. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner, former Mayor Dr. Davis for your leadership on that. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think you speak for a lot of people. I know you speak for the African American community, as does President Reverend Smith. But I think it's also a problem of a socioeconomic problem, to where a lot of low-income people get caught up in that cycle. And yeah, it's not a whole lot of fun. I'll circle back just a little bit to that in a second, but I kind of want to tag team onto sort of the low-income aspect of that. And you know, it's to ask a couple of questions. Is that we have an RFP project out by Menards that we got $25 million from. Were any of those HUD funds? And do the COVID funds or those funds that we got for the $25 million, are they federal funds? And are there any requirements, such as HUD requires that multifamily projects perform a phase 1 environmental site assessment and also a phase 2 if there's a problem with the phase 1 environmental site assessment? Have any of those been performed on that site? And the same question would be for Aero Plains, since that has gotten taxpayer dollars. And I just want to bring it to, if you do a Google search and you type in low-income housing and polluted, contaminated soil and groundwater, you will see that tragically our country has a history of low-income housing being adjacent to Superfund sites, plume sites, contaminated water, and soil sites. And it just looks like we have continued along that path of knowing that we have serious plume problems out at Schilling Air Force Base, that we've decided that the best place to put low-income and workforce housing, whatever you want to call it, out out in that area to where there are potential health hazards sitting there underground waiting for them. And then the other question is, what's the latest on our free dirt out there at Tony's Pizza? We've been told that it's contaminated soil and we couldn't use it at Jerry Ivy or in other places without disposing of it properly. Just circle back, thank you again, Dr. Davis. As Reverend Smith said, I'm the treasurer of Salina NAACP, and I would just let you know that I believe that Kenya Cox, the president of the Kansas NAACP, has been made aware of this, and that our state conference is this weekend, Friday afternoon and all day Saturday, and we would love to go to Topeka and say, you know what? Not a whole lot of people agree with that slumber in the slammer. And so, as a former mayor, commissioner, I'd encourage some of you to kind of speak up and show support to Commissioner Davis. I certainly do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll try to address some of that briefly. The funding is from the state. I'm not aware of any direct HUD connection. It is ARPA dollars. We have an agreement with that the state has is going to use as part of that transaction. So I'm not aware of any Phase 1, Phase 2 requirements attached to the funding per se, but as you all know, we've done the groundwater contamination assessment and remediation plan, and then there has been Phase 1 and as it relates to the Menard site, and then there's been site testing, which is typically what you call Phase 2 as well. So not directly connected to HUD or the funding, but that's in place, and then the remediation plan is in place. We've been coordinating with the developer to be sure that we can accommodate the planned remediation items on the site.
And as far as the free dirt, I don't believe that was ever stated to be contaminated. We're just going through the process.
I don't know if there was a conclusion. We needed it to test it. We had a testing plan,
Right.
And we've got to work out the final details between us and Schwann's and then implement the testing plan. But
Right.
and that final agreement hasn't been executed, and we haven't proceeded with testing or transporting any dirt.
One of the issues with the soil out there was they kept adding to the pile.
Yeah, we're trying to come up with a testing plan and quantify or characterize what we're testing and what's ours, and then kind of working out the details amongst us and Schwann's. And that's, as you may recall, the initial intent with that was kind of a long-term need at the landfill. So it's not an urgent need. The Jerry Ivy Pond was kind of an outlier, but the conversation we've been having for years is the need for cover soil at the landfill as we build cells and close them.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, if not, we need to go into executive session. We need to take
a break first.
Yeah, we'll take about 7 minutes. So we'll start executive session about 25 till, so however long we need. You say an hour?
To start, it may be longer than that. And I guess I'll give my explanatory comments after you take your action.
All right. Mr. Mayor, I request I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 60 minutes. Prior to that, we'll take a 7-minute break to discuss with legal counsel the subject of confidential legal considerations relating to the points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC, regarding the city's multifamily housing project based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319, Section B, subsection 2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:30 p.m.
7:35.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah, 7:35.
That's right. We had a break.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Got a motion second to move into executive session till 7:35 with a 7-minute break. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? We'll be back in here at 7:35.
So do have a
And we're
handful of
meeting
things
in-
for you. We'll be meeting in 105, not in 107B. We will return here for the public portion of the meeting. Those in attendance other than yourselves will include myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, Steve Sparks, Specialized Legal Counsel, and Matt Webster, Specialized Financial Counsel. And we do not anticipate coming out to take any action.
Okay, we are back in session and we need a little more time. So, Commissioner Linkowitz.
All right, with that, Mr. Mayor, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of confidential legal considerations relating to the points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development LLC regarding the city's multifamily housing project based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319, Section B, subsection 2. The open meeting will resume in this room at, looks like 8:05 p.m.
Second.
Got a motion second to move into executive session for 30 minutes, returning to this room at 8:05. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll see you back here. Okay, we are back in session, and we have no business to conduct at this time. With that being said, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we do not meet next Monday, correct? That's fifth Monday, so we'll be back here November 6th. Okay? Thank you very much.